Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Arizona State Board of Pharmacy meeting. Today is February 12th. The time is 8:30, and I'll call the meeting to order. Dr. Gandhi, if you could do roll call.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll also do conflicts of interest, if that's all right, Madam Chair.
Perfect, thank you.
Mr. Braswell.
Here.
Mr. Thorwald is present, but he's got a bill that he's speaking on behalf of, so he'll be back shortly. Ms. Snare.
Here, and my conflict has already been turned in.
Thank you. Ms. Davis is absent today. She'll be back tomorrow, Madam Chair. Ms. Walmsley.
Present, and my conflicts have been submitted.
Ms. Lehan.
President, my conflicts have been submitted, but I will be adding item 23B as well due to my employment.
Thank you. Mr. Dang.
I'm here. No conflict.
Mr. Al-Nasif.
Here with no conflict.
And Mr. Anderson.
Present and conflicts have been submitted.
Do have a quorum, Madam Chair. One absent. One will be late. And
Did you add Mr. Braswell?
yes.
Here's the first
Okay.
one. No conflicts.
Okay. Do I have a motion with regards to the meeting minutes, accepting the YouTube stream as the meeting minutes?
Madam Chair, a motion to accept the meeting minutes.
Second.
A motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Next up is complaint, consent agenda for complaints. Item 4AD was pulled for full board discussion. Is there anything else any members wish to pull for additional discussion?
Yeah, I like to pull 4H, case 240517.
4H is in Harry.
Yes.
Anything else? I'll let you take 4H and then I'll come back for the other because I'm recused on that one.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is 4H. This is case number 24-0517. Board staff, Mr. Haber, type of complaint: a pharmacy refilled a patient's medication with an alternate generic drug and failed to counsel the patient concerning the product change. Mr. Nassif, what sort of questions did you have?
I don't want to undermine the importance of talking to patients about changing medications, but I just like to make it clear for our community pharmacists, because I don't want to add like standard. I understand the standard of care, and I encourage pharmacists to talk to patients, but in this case, it ties to a rules. I don't see this rule will support any sort of violation about changing manufacturer, that the pharmacist is required to counsel patients even if it's a refill. Considering like we're not aware of all system will alert the pharmacist that there is change. And we have some cases when we transfer a prescription from a chain to a different chain, having the NDC is not required, and the pharmacist will not know there is a change of manufacturers. In addition, I don't want to add any, again, I don't want to undermine the importance. I encourage all pharmacists to do so, but I want to make clear, is it a violation or not a violation?
So, Mr. Nassif, I do recall that the recommended action from the complaint committee was an advisory letter to all respondents, to the permit holder, to the pharmacist, and to the technician trainee. Did you have an alternate proposal?
I mean, I move to dismiss. I mean, but again, I don't want to discourage this, like the standard of practice that pharmacists should communicate with patients. So the reason I pulled this case just because I don't want to create a new law without, I don't see a law there. And that's my whole concern. So I can move to dismiss, but I like to hear from.
I'll second that. I agree with you that what you're saying makes sense. It's the best practice. It's what is advisable, but is it a violation? And that's where the difference lies. And I agree with you.
And I'm also in agreement with that too.
Thank you. So yeah, I move to dismiss.
All right, any further discussion? So we've got a first by Mr. Nassif and a second by Ms. Snare for dismissal. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, motion carries to dismiss, and we'll welcome Ms. Walmsley back.
All right, let's go to 4AD, which was the other one for full board review. This is, I'm sorry, yeah, AD. Complaint number 24-0644. A licensee failed to report charges within 10 working days. The licensee pled guilty to a class 1 misdemeanor. Since I wasn't present for the complaint review, can you guys talk about why you pulled this one for full board discussion?
I can. Reading the report from the police officer, it didn't match up with what was being told by the licensee. And I felt like we could discuss if a mental health evaluation was appropriate or a fitness for duty component as well.
I don't know that I see this one as that different from some other cases. I think like, at least where my head is I would lean towards the $250 non-disciplinary civil penalty for failure to report. I don't know that I think that a evaluation is necessary, but would like to hear what others think.
I'll tell you what's concerning to me is the first paragraph of 1327, just to be specific.
Is his fingerprint clearance card in good standing now? It was suspended for a period of time, I know.
Maybe we can have Ms. Mitchell come up and speak to that. I actually don't know. I'll need to look it up. Which I can right now. His fingerprint clearance card's expired.
Some other concerns that I noted were Ms. Mitchell, maybe you can help verify this. There were some delays in getting in touch with the respondent due to address changes, and he was here in Arizona on a temporary work assignment. Did he make any updates to his online profile to reflect that where he was working?
He had the temporary, whoever he was going through for his temporary work, he had them listed in his employment.
Okay.
His address was incorrect.
Okay. That would be another consideration, if you're leaning on the non-disciplinary civil penalty side, Ms. Walmsley, not updating the contact information is another item that we could also attribute.
I don't know what else does anybody else think?
Because we don't require the fingerprint clearance card renewal. Is there any sort of action we can take?
In addition to consideration of his failure to report, his failure to update the address, I don't believe we have any evidence of a conviction at this time. If you believe that there's information in the file that suggests he may need some sort of examination, that is something that you could order on an interim basis.
I have a question about the address. According to his response, he says his residence is in South Carolina. Is the requirement, if that never changed and he was just here temporarily, would he be required to notify of an address that he's at temporarily?
I think they're required to provide their home address.
But if
He-
that was
he-
his home address and he was just staying here for periods of time,
He has a mailing address as well, and that could have stayed the Carolina address, I suppose, but I believe
His response was that there was a delay because it was sent to his home address in South Carolina.
there wasn't a delay between staff and Mr. Tyson.
No, I think he said that when he received the notice, it was only 2 days left because it was sent there when he was here, but he seemed to indicate that that was his home address. I'm just saying, I'm not sure that we have an address issue.
I don't think so. We have address issue, but that's his home address.
so thoughts on a motion, anybody?
I move for non-disciplinary $250 for not reporting charges.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries. We will take the rest of the items in the consent agenda together, tabs 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12, unless anybody has anything that they want to pull. I think staff wants to pull item 5B because we received some additional information, so I wanted to make sure the board has the chance to discuss that, since it was added late yesterday. Is there anything else anybody wants to pull or? Oh, yeah, we didn't vote on the rest of 4. You're right. Let's take that one first. Tab 4, based on the complaint committee's recommendations, do I have a motion on that?
I move to approve.
I'll
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Dr. Gandhi, roll call.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Braswell,
Aye.
Ms. Nair,
I noting recusal.
Ms. Walmsley,
I noting recusals.
Ms. Lehan,
I noting recusals.
Mr. Dang,
Aye.
Mr. Al-Nassif,
Aye.
Mr. Anderson.
Aye, noting recusals.
Ayes have it, 2 absent, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right, back to the other. So we'll pull 5B. Is there anything else anybody wants to pull? Otherwise, we'll take 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12 together.
I'll make a motion to approve tabs 5 through 12.
Is 12 correct? I think it's for 11.
I'll
Oh,
amend
yeah.
that.
Oh, yeah.
5 to
12
11.
is 12 is not.
Tabs 5 through 11.
Yeah, you're right. Correct. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I second.
I have a motion and a second. Dr. Gandhi, roll call.
Mr. Braswell,
Aye.
Ms. Nair,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley,
I noting recusals.
Ms. Lehan,
Aye, noting recusals.
Mr. Dang,
Aye.
Mr. Al-Nassif.
Aye.
Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
Ayes have it, 2 absent, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Let's go to 5B, complaint number 24-0681. This one was a licensee failed to report charges within 10 working days and failed to comply with a subpoena. The board staff did receive a response from the respondent late in the day yesterday. So staff suggested that we pull this for discussion to make sure that everybody had the chance to take a look at it.
Do we know if this was the first offense? Or only offense, maybe I should say?
Excuse me, I believe he had a prior offense, not for this specific violation, but he did disclose on his initial application. I believe that's in the investigation notes on the summary.
That particular offense is not illegal currently, right? Just was at the time.
I can't speak to that specific charge.
It looks like the one was possession of a possession, and the most recent one was the DUI.
I'll make a motion for a $250 fine for failure to report. Yes.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. That takes us to tab 12. 12A, complaint number 24-0571, failure to maintain effective controls against the diversion of controlled substances. Hello, Mr. Patel, if you want to give us a brief summary.
Hello, board members. So on October 28th, 2024, the board office opened a complaint 24-0571 against Salus Medical LLC. It is a holder of wholesaler permit numbers W003638 and manufacturer permit number M001919. Hernan Alvarez is the owner and designated representative of Salus Medical. According to the United States Attorney in the Houston Division of the Southern District of Texas, between April 2015 and July 2023, the defendant Hernan Alvarez violated Title 21, United States Code Section 841, 841A1 and 841B1C. That is, to knowingly and intentionally distribute controlled substances in a manner they knew and intended was not authorized. Hernan Alvarez was charged with conspiracy to unlawfully distribute and dispense controlled substances by violating Title 21 CFR 1301.71, which states that under Controlled Substance Act, a distributor is not authorized to distribute or dispense unless it maintains effective controls and procedures to guard against theft and diversion. Furthermore, as per 21 USC 832A, the distributor is required to design and operate a system to identify suspicious orders, and is further required as per 21 CFR 1301.74 to notify the DEA of any identified suspicious orders, which include orders of unusual size, orders deviating substantially from a normal pattern, and orders of unusual frequency. According to court documents, it was also found that the sales representatives of Salus Medical LLC were commissioned and based on sales of controlled substances to entities that requested these suspicious orders. According to court docket text on September 30th, 2024, the court accepted the plea and found Hernan Alvarez guilty as charged on one count of conspiracy to unlawfully distribute and dispense controlled substances. He is currently awaiting sentencing, and it is going to be administered at a later date. On October 30th, 2024, the Arizona State Board of Pharmacy offered Salus Medical a consent agreement to voluntarily surrender their wholesaler and manufacturer permits. On December 4th, 2024, the respondent refused to accept the voluntary surrender and requested a formal hearing. But on February 3rd, 2025, recently, Salus Medical LLC signed a consent agreement voluntarily surrendering the permits of manufacturer and wholesaler. This signed consent agreement to voluntarily surrender these permits are now in front of the board for its approval. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Thanks,
don't-
Mr. Patel.
I don't have any questions, but I'll make a motion to accept the consent agenda, surrender.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Dr. Gandhi, roll call.
Mr. Braswell,
Aye.
Ms. Nair,
Aye.
Ms. Wamsley,
Aye.
Ms. Lehan,
Aye.
Mr. Dang,
Aye.
Mr. Al-Nassif.
Aye.
Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
Ayes have it with 2 absent, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Gandhi. 12B, complaint number 24-0516. A complainant notified board staff of the termination of a pharmacist for diversion of non-controlled substance medications. Hello, Ms. Brown, if you could give us a brief summary.
Good morning, board members. Jenica Brown, Executive Assistant to the Deputy Director. Ernest Amatinov was issued an Arizona pharmacist license by Reciprocity on August 28, 2014. It expires on October 31st, 2026. His license is currently open. On September 17th, 2024, board staff was notified that Mr. Amatinov was terminated from Mayo Hospital Pharmacy on or about September 13th, 2024 for practice violations related to non-controlled substance handling. The notification indicated that there was a high suspicion of drug diversion. Staff opened a complaint against Mr. Amatinov's license to investigate the allegations and issued a subpoena to Mayo for records related to his termination. Mayo responded to the subpoena and provided staff with internal investigative reports and interview notes which described the alleged diversion. A memo included in Mayo's investigative material indicated that video footage was reviewed and Mr. Amatinov was seen retaining several sildenafil 20 milligram tablets in his closed right hand and continued to hold the tablets until he exited the medication room. It was noted that there were 15 instances in where Mr. Amatinov was involved in a loss of sildenafil 20 milligram tablets, where a total of 50 tablets have been unaccounted for. Staff obtained the video footage referenced in Mayo's investigative material, and they are included in the board's files for review and consideration. On October 10th, 2024, staff sent Mr. Amatinov a notice of complaint and requested a response to the allegations. On October 11th, 2024, Mr. Amatinov's counsel submitted a letter of representation. A response to the complaint was received on October 23rd, 2024, which stated that Mr. Amatinov was currently not able to respond to the allegation of diverting sildenafil 20 milligrams from the pharmacy. He described 2 meetings with his employer related to the allegations and indicated that he was shown 2 video clips from the surveillance camera located in the Pyxis room, but he did not see it clearly enough to discern specific details. He stated that he was confronted with the allegations of diverting drugs, but wasn't shown any evidence other than surveillance videos, neither of which were very clear. He stated that he was being pushed to make a confession and that he was also told there were other staff members who were going to be investigated. He stated that he was asked to submit a blood test, to which he agreed, but he had not seen any test results from the blood sample. Mr. Amatinov indicated that he was given a notice of termination and told to sign it. He described being shocked and couldn't think of any questions to ask, so he just signed the form. He asserted that he hasn't been told how the decision to fire him was reached without any evidence. Mr. Amatinov stated that he is not currently employed. On October 24, 2024, board staff sent a second subpoena for records to Mayo in order to obtain a copy of the blood test results that were referenced in his response. A copy of the test results are included in the board's files for consideration. Of note, the for-cause testing did not include sildenafil. On November 5th, 2024, staff contacted Mr. Amatinov's counsel with additional questions. Staff requested detailed explanations as to why Mr. Amatinov inventoried sildenafil and ascorbic acid and auto-resolved the discrepancies, in addition to the reasons for the discrepancies. Mr. Amatinov's response indicated that he could not remember the individual days that were specified in staff's request. He stated that this is exacerbated by the fact that he never fully understood how to use Pyxis. He also stated that he does not know what the term auto-resolved discrepancies means. This matter is before the board for discussion and consideration of the facts presented in this complaint and to determine how to proceed.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Is Mr. Amatinov present? I believe he was noticed, correct?
Yes.
He was.
Dr. Gandhi, is that Mr. Amatinov that's on the screen?
Yes, hi. It's
If you could please introduce yourself for the record.
Hi, my name is Ernest Dimadinov.
Your audio is very faint.
Hi, my name is Ernest Dimadinov.
Mr. Amatinov, Ms. Brown presented us some of the evidence here. Do you want to make an opening statement in response to what she shared with us, or do you want us to proceed with questions?
I apologize for the interruption. My name's Colin Bell. I'm Mr. Amatinov's counsel, and at the very least, I would like to note my appearance on the meeting record.
Thank you. And are you an Arizona licensed attorney?
Yes, I am with the Arizona Law Group.
Okay, thank you. Would either of you like to say anything, or would you like us to proceed to questions?
I would like to make a statement about this case prior to the board's consideration and deliberations.
Go ahead. Thank you.
I've reviewed the investigation in this case, and I understand there's quite a few discrepancies being reported by Mayo Clinic. Although Mr. Amatinov does have 15, there were actually a total of 79 total unresolved discrepancies in that 20-month period that Mayo looked at. And there were 34 other staff who had unresolved discrepancies, some multiple. Mr. Amatinov's not particularly proud that he didn't really understand how to handle Pyxis. Generally, he would have responsibility for anywhere from 3 to 12 Pyxis, depending on his daily assignments, and those would be across potentially multiple floors at the Mayo Clinic. He would try and resolve discrepancies that were brought to his attention, but those that were not, he wouldn't be aware of. And as far as he was aware, he didn't have any obligation to do a daily report or a weekly report to find discrepancies. As well, his own accessing of Pyxis was generally limited to dealing with discrepancies. He's really not accessing it to fill pharmacy orders. Now, when we looked at the video from the Pyxis, there's only 3 videos. It's not clear. It looks like there could be something in his hand, but it's just honestly not clear. And it's not apparent that he's actually taking anything out of the Pyxis. It does look like he's doing a hand count and then closing and leaving the room. As well, the investigation is predicated on just generalized suspicion. We know that Mayo didn't run any audits of his pharmacies. We know that Mayo Clinic didn't report the results of any audits to Mr. Madanov, potentially not to any other pharmacist working there. And so there certainly was a failure of oversight by Mr. Madanov's employer, which I believe should be taken into consideration. This is a case in which Mr. Madanov can certainly acknowledge that he did not have the requisite knowledge, and he understands he's supposed to. He also understands he has a responsibility as a pharmacist to make sure the drug count is accurate. And he acknowledges that in not making those discrepancies clear and not resolving them, despite the lack of knowledge of them, the lack of support from Mayo, it was still his obligation as a pharmacist to resolve those, and he certainly will take responsibility for any failures on his part in properly documenting the medication counts. As for his problems with Pyxis, again, he's just simply not particularly well versed in it, and he should be, and he acknowledges that. The allegations just don't have any really solid evidence backing them up. Ultimately, there is supposition, there is potential evidence, but given the lack of oversight by Mayo, given the number of staff with unresolved discrepancies, and given the very long period of time over which this occurred, I think that this case is resolved ideally with an order for significant continuing education. And with that, I will thank you for your time.
Thank you. Board members, questions?
Madam Chair. So, Mr. I can't pronounce his last name, but can you explain to us your daily routine task as a pharmacist?
Yes. As a pharmacist, I would, get to my unit. Basically, I would have around 2 hours to prepare for my rounds that usually started around 9 o'clock. I would review patient charts and be part of the interdisciplinary team, and when the rounds start, it would last from 9 to like noon, sometimes till 1 p.m. In between, I would be, discussing patient charts, reviewing patient medication with the providers and the residents that are being educated. I would, verify orders with the laptop that I carried around with me. I would carry around a phone that I would answer phone calls from nurses from various different units. Many times of the day, of the week, or even a month, I would actually cover more than one unit. It would mean that I would cover 2 or 3 units, which is each unit is technically assigned to a pharmacist. So I would be doing 2 or 3 pharmacist jobs, due to shortages, poor retention of pharmacists. and need wherever I needed as far as like PTO and stuff. So I'm willing to explain more if you ask specific.
So as a hospital pharmacist, looks like that your routine task is very similar to many other hospital pharmacists where there's you're verifying orders, attending rounds, and patient counseling, very heavily focused on clinical practice. How often would you have to go into Pyxis or Omnicell and do inventory on certain meds?
So that would depend on how many calls I would get from nurses. And I would cover one unit, I would have like 12 nurses, but I would cover anywhere from 2 to 3 units sometimes. So it could be anywhere from 24 to 36 nurses calling that line, asking questions related to patient care. And, they would tell me some questions would be, oh, there's a discrepancy. This count is wrong. Can you come and fix it for us? And that's when I would, do that in between everything else that I've been doing.
So you relied on others to tell you when there was a issue?
That's correct.
You didn't proactively look at any of that?
No, that wasn't part of my job description to search for any discrepancies or run reports or anything like that.
Well, typically, when discrepancies happen, pharmacists would hardly ever get involved. Because if the nurse identified there's a discrepancy in Pyxis or Omnicell, from my current practice and my own personal experience, the nurse would find his or her colleague to help resolve the discrepancy. Hardly ever a pharmacist would go into the unit and perform any type of inventory on any selected medication unless there's egregious plan that you have in mind. So what I find confusing here is, as a pharmacist, for you to go into this system and perform inventory on a particular medication, that to me is a suspicious act. Not sure if
I agree with you, Dr. Dang. I'm a hospital pharmacist as well. This is very peculiar activity. Decentralized clinical pharmacists generally are not involved in, discrepancy resolution. To Dr. Dang's point, if a nurse discovers a discrepancy, and generally those are only controlled substances. In this case, let me just digress a little bit. This auto discrepancy resolution is generally configured for non-controlled substances, and it's when a user goes in, it automatically resolves. Auto resolution is not done, is configured for most non-controlled substances. So for you going in there, I'm not seeing any discrepancy resolution reasons, etc. So I don't see that you are actively working discrepancies to resolve them. And to your counsel's initial statement that Mayo was deficient, I struggle with that because for the pharmacist that's accessing these medications and is noting these irregularities, why are you not escalating to your manager that you're seeing all these losses of sildenafil? If this was legitimately a concern that sildenafil was being taken by others who access this Pyxis pocket, you would be escalating to your leader. And I don't see any evidence that you did. And to Dr. Dang's point, and you're the only pharmacist to touch this pocket.
Correct.
It's very, very, very suspicious that you're the only pharmacist. Generally, this is technicians who are doing this and nurses who are touching pockets. Decentralized clinical pharmacists are not performing these sorts of activities on a routine basis. And I just very much struggle with the fact that you're attesting that there was nothing inappropriate going on here.
That's exactly what my point is. And from my own experience too, the auto-resolve discrepancy functionality typically is reserved for pharmacy staff. Nursing staff, they would not have that capability to access that functionality. So just reading the narrative, I feel that there's some suspicious act going on here. And I'm not convinced that the missing of 50 tablets of sildenafil falls on the nurse's fault.
It was part of what I had to do as far as answering nurses and entering the Pyxis. I wasn't the only pharmacist to have access to the Pyxis, and that's generally what we did at Mayo: resolve discrepancies to correct the counts so that the technicians could fill the Pyxis correctly the next time they do a refill on it.
So you mentioned that you're not the only pharmacist that had access to it, but do you have unique sign-on and credentials because your name was the only one that was associated with these activities?
Yes, we do have unique credentials, yes.
So why would other pharmacists that are covering your pods, your floors, never access this and have any sort of issue? Why is it, always your shift that you're going in there to support these discrepancy resolutions?
I realized I was relying on basic knowledge of resolving the Pyxis, and I tried to resolve many discrepancies, and I can't be sure that I did this correctly in every case. Mayo never really brought up any problems with operating the Pyxis until the actual interview. Had I known about the problem, I would have taken action to improve my skills. And I do realize that, as a pharmacist, I do have the obligation to minimize as far as I'm able discrepancies in medication count. And, I do regret if any errors that I might have made, especially if they could have been prevented by, asking for help.
So if you're seeing a trend with missing sildenafil, why are you not escalating and letting your manager know?
At the time, I didn't think of it as a trend.
So by definition, how would you interpret what it means to be a trend? How many times would you consider it as a trend?
I don't know. I mean, you guys are mentioning the trend. I don't know how I would consider anything of that to be a trend. So
if something happens repeatedly, would that be classified as a trend?
Over a long period of time, I mean, this is like not something easy to notice, to be honest. And I did resolve many discrepancies, as well there. So I didn't see it as a trend.
If there's no further discussion, I'm happy to start with the motion. I'd like to make a motion to offer a consent agreement to resolve the complaint, to include a letter of reprimand, to be signed within 30 days and paid, and a $500 civil penalty, to be signed within 30 days and paid within 90.
Just out of curiosity, sir, how did you come up with the $500? On what basis? The number of incidents happened, or the number of tablets?
It was 50 tablets. I just did $10 per tablet.
I am in favor of that. I second that.
What was the basis for the fine? The violation?
Violated state regulations related to the distribution of drugs in the practice of pharmacy.
I'd like to make a motion for legal counsel.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, welcome back, everybody. Thoughts or additional discussion pending executive session?
I'd like to rescind my motion and like to discuss continuing the investigation and including the Mayo Clinic, the permit holder, on the complaint, and requesting a subpoena for complete Pyxis records from a year prior to the respondent's employment date up and through his termination date, so that we can review those records.
I would like to go a little bit further after his employment date to ensure that.
Sure, that sounds good. To present. So a year prior to respondent's employment and then to present.
A second.
And we're including to see if there were any other drugs involved as well. Yeah, okay.
Correct. We want complete Pyxis transaction histories.
Right, thank you.
And will that be clear to those receiving the subpoena at Mayo, what it is you're looking for? I'm asking as a non-pharmacist.
Kevin, help.
If you
So,
can complete
okay,
Pyxis.
the type of report that we would be looking for is transaction by user, and that would be his name. That would be 3 years altogether, right?
Yeah, all transaction activity report, I believe it's called.
Yep, under his name for 3 years period, both control and non-controls.
Do we want to limit it to hit just his, or do we want to see if there was any activity by other
So,
individuals?
We don't want it by, we want it listed by user, but we
Co-
want to, an Excel file that can be.
Yep. Another report that we would be helpful for us would be the transaction by item. And for this particular report, we'll focus on the sildenafil 20 milligram and ascorbic acid.
No.
Just the drugs for 3 years period, so we can identify whether or not this particular drug has been diverted by someone else besides him.
But all products
You can have a
under
lot.
his name, right?
Yep, that was the first
So
report.
all products under his name and then all transaction for those drugs.
Correct.
Okay,
So
that makes sense.
the first report, transaction by user under his name, will cover all drugs. And the second report, transaction by item, we're gonna narrow down to sildenafil 20 milligram and the ascorbic acid, the two that he auto-resolved. So,
And can we also request, Ms. Galvin, a statement or their user guide on what auto discrepancy resolution means from their Pyxis user manual so that we have complete clarity?
Yep.
Yes.
I just have a question. Perhaps being able to compare to the frequency that other drugs are inventoried as well, just as a relative thing. I don't know if there's a report that can do that, so we can see not just necessarily under him, but how often are other drugs looked at? How frequently is this drug used, period, in relative terms to other drugs that are used that same frequency, and how often are they inventoried?
that report will be par versus usage report. So, so the third report will be par versus usage report for 3 years period. There you go.
Okay, so are we clear on the motion, Ms. Galvin?
Yes.
Okay.
And the subpoena will be issued and then the matter tabled for a future meeting.
Correct.
Dr. Gandhi, did you have something to add?
I did have a comment, more for Seth and Jean, is can they leave it up to the board to determine to rehear the complaint, or can board staff maybe make a determination to move it to conference if we have enough information?
You are seeking leave upon review of the information to set it for conference if in staff's opinion a conference is warranted.
Yes.
Okay. Or alternatively, the newly subpoenaed information would just come back to the board.
Yes.
Yes, okay. So I think that can be included in the motion, that staff review the documentation that is received as a result of this subpoena. And if staff determines that a conference would be warranted, that they could set that for a conference so we don't lose a couple of months or more.
I will amend my motion to reflect what you just said, Ms. Galvin. Thank you.
And I amend my second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. I have a request for a bio break, so let's take 10 minutes. All right, welcome back, everybody. Let's get started. I see Mr. Thorwald has joined for the record so that we can note his attendance. Mr. Thorwald, do you have any conflicts of interest to disclose? Thank you. Welcome back. I had a request from staff on the break for Mr. Dang. Pay attention to Mr. Dang.
Yes.
To restate the third report that you wanted from the
Okay.
Pixis because there was a little bit of confusion. So
Sure.
can we make sure we have it clear for the record?
That third report would be par versus usage report, and the time frame would be a 3 years period. That report will give us board members a very good picture of the utilization of all meds. And if you want to narrow it down to the sildenafil, it will show you how often sildenafil has been used over the past 3 years.
Perfect. Thank you. All right, moving on. Let's go to 12C, complaint number 24-0498. A pharmacy failed to notify the board of a termination of a pharmacy technician after she arrived to work and was deemed to be under the influence of alcohol. Welcome, Ms. Brown.
Good morning, Jenica Brown, Executive Assistant to the Deputy Director. During the August 2024 board meeting, it was brought to the board's attention that a pharmacy technician was terminated from employment from Safeway Pharmacy on or about March of 2023 for working while impaired. This information was revealed during a confidential executive session of an unrelated matter with the board. Following the August 2024 board meeting, board staff contacted Safeway for more information related to the termination of the employee. A representative of Safeway confirmed that the technician was employed by Safeway from April 8th through April 24th, 2023, and was within her probationary period when she was terminated after arriving at work and being deemed to be under the influence of alcohol by store management. Upon receipt of this confirmation, board staff opened a complaint against Safeway Pharmacy, number 1637, to further investigate the matter. Board staff provided Safeway with a notice of complaint and issued a subpoena for records. Safeway's response included an explanation that on the date the technician was terminated, she did not enter the pharmacy and did not perform any technician duties. It was further stated that at no other time during her employment was she suspected of working under the influence. Safeway indicated that the store director was not aware of the requirements to report the termination to the board and has since been coached that all terminations of pharmacy personnel be reported to pharmacy management for further assessment to determine if reporting to the board is necessary. Safeway confirmed that there were no further documents produced regarding the technician's termination. During the December 2024 board meeting, the board voted to table the matter and add the pharmacist in charge to the complaint. On December 16th, 2024, staff contacted Karen Bloom and requested a response in this matter. Ms. Bloom's response is included in the board's files for consideration. Of note, Ms. Bloom indicated that she was not working the day of the incident and understood that the technician quit. Ms. Bloom learned that the store director accepted the technician's resignation upon being questioned, and the store director terminated her in the system without further investigation as it was within the first 30 days of hire. Ms. Bloom was not aware that the employee was terminated for arriving to work under the influence of alcohol. This case is back before the board for further discussion, consideration, and to determine how to proceed.
I'll start. It sounds to me like the PIC wasn't aware this was handled at the store level, and I would be willing to make a motion to dismiss the complaint against the PIC and do a letter of concern for the permit holder.
I would agree with that. I think that, to me, what I would hope that the permit holder would gain out of this was that they would make sure that all members of store leadership, even if they don't have a license, understand what those requirements are. I think that the PIC was, in a bad situation because she didn't know what happened. So I'm supportive of that.
Totally agree. I think that the store management, operated in a silo and should have been collaborative with their pharmacy managers and advise that the condition of this technician, and do support that.
So that is my motion.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. 12D, complaint number 24-0639. A pharmacy technician has not complied with her interim consent agreement for substance use evaluation and interim suspension of license.
I'll make a motion to move to hearing.
I second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. 12E, complaint number 24-0247. A registrant failed to report a charge within 10 working days, failed to report a change of contact information, and failed to comply with a subpoena. The complaint was tabled at the October 2024 meeting.
Due to the charges in this case, it looks to me like there's potentially, where there's both substances, meaning drugs as well as alcohol? It's hard to read that when some of the charges kind of are inclusive sounding.
Yes, I believe it was actually substance use DUI. He tested positive for THC.
Just curious if you may or may not know this. They use MAD for substances, not just alcohol, for recovery or.
That I don't know.
I'll make a motion to move to hearing.
Second.
Why hearing in this case? Just for discussion purposes.
Not responding to the board's subpoena.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
He was requested to appear today. I don't know if he's in the audience.
Is Mr. Troy Johnson available? I'm sorry, Tony. That's what happens when I don't wear my glasses.
No, Madam Chair, he's not in the, I'm
If you
sorry,
could
right there.
please sit down and introduce yourself.
I'm Tony Johnson. I'm the
Welcome, Mr. Johnson. Do you want to add anything, or does anybody have questions for you? If you want to add anything to the discussion first.
I don't want to add anything. I'm ready
Okay.
for questions.
Okay, so the DUI that you were charged with, did it involve marijuana and alcohol? Just curious.
It was just marijuana.
Why didn't you report it and or respond to the subpoena?
Well, the reason for me not reporting it, I hadn't applied to be a pharmacy tech yet, or I hadn't inputted the application and things of that nature. So this all happened in September of 2023. Going forward into January of that following year, I had made that transition into becoming a pharmacy technician in training, and I was unaware that I had to report it. I was not informed of that, but going forward after that, my failure to respond to the subpoena, I responded to some of them. I responded to some of them. Other ones I couldn't respond because at that time I was still going through the court proceedings, and it was a little bit hard to get the paperwork that you guys had requested.
So when he applied to pharmacy tech trainee, did he disclose the arrest or the charges?
He applied in December of 2023, and that's not a question we ask of registrants. So he would not have been required to disclose that. Mhm.
Have you ever had any similar charges?
No, ma'am.
And how are you progressing with your technician training program?
Well, since the incident, I have been actively studying for the PTCB exam. I have made every effort, or have been making efforts, to just focus on that. And since then, I have finished the program. That was back in July. And since then, I've been employed as a tech and training at my current job.
When do you plan on taking the PTCB exam and working towards a full license?
Hopefully by the end of this month, beginning of next month, is my intentions to be fully certified.
Ms. Mitchell, just I have to confirm. So he got charged or arrested before he applied, and we don't require to disclose in the application.
He was
Correct.
arrested, excuse me, he was arrested prior to his application, in which he's not required to disclose.
Okay.
I believe he was charged after he applied.
Or charged after applied. So I
From what I
misunderstood
understand.
him. Yeah.
And he's under obligation to disclose as an applicant.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
But I thought everything happened before. That's what I understood from him.
I believe the charges were delayed.
Okay.
So there's an arrest before and then
The
charges.
charges.
after.
Yeah, so October, or it was September. September was when I got arrested. And then by January 8th, 2024, that's when they had pushed for me to start going through the court proceedings and things of that nature.
And your trainee registration was issued when?
It was issued on January 16th, so he was an applicant at the time. Mhm.
So he was applicant, not a license. Wasn't licensed.
He was not registered yet.
Oh,
No, he
registered.
was
I'm
still
sorry,
on,
I
his
see license.
application was
Okay.
active.
And what is the status of your fingerprint clearance card today?
As far as I know, I still haven't received it. I applied for that when I inputted the application, and then it got denied. And then that's when the board sent me the letter and subpoena, and then I had to follow those proceedings, but I don't even have my fingerprint clearance card to this day.
Because he's not required to have one as a trainee.
Will he be required for fingerprint card as a pharmacy tech if he moved to pharmacy tech license?
He actually does have a fingerprint clearance card. It just has a driving restriction on it. So it is a valid clearance card. It just indicates that he's had a DUI.
That's news.
So
Is what he's saying accurate, that he partially complied with the subpoena, or?
He provided a response. And then he actually came to complaint committee in October, and at that point gave an explanation of why he hadn't fully complied with the subpoena. And then the board gave him, or excuse me, the committee recommended additional time, and he actually did comply at that point.
So just like considering that he was an applicant when the charge happened and the arrest before he applied. And I remember he showed up to the complaint committee review, and then now he's here. So to me, he cares about his future, and I move to dismiss the case.
Second.
I still see as a failure to report.
Mm-hmm.
But he was an applicant. He didn't have his.
But he was still required to report it.
This is our status here. I don't want to move for like some deviate from our rules.
But how about a happy medium with the, $50 failing to respond timely to a subpoena?
I was thinking 250 plus 50.
So I will ask our attorney, is this like applicant required to report charges?
They're not required to report it on the application because you don't ask the question. However, the 10-day statute, as an applicant who's been charged with a misdemeanor, after submitting the application, they must notify the board within 10 days. So even as an applicant, the statute does require notification within 10 days, even though you don't ask it on the application.
Okay, that's clear. So I rescind my motion. Sorry.
Is there anything on the application to indicate that if that were to happen, you have a responsibility to comply and report?
Yes, there is actually. Mhm.
Do I have an alternative motion?
Sounded like Ms. Fair had one.
My motion was a $250 non-disciplinary fine for failure to report and a $50 non-disciplinary fine for failure to comply completely with the subpoena.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Motion carries. Thank you for being in attendance. 12F, complaint number 24-0532. An employer notified the board that a pharmacy technician trainee was terminated for theft of non-pharmacy merchandise. Ms. Brown?
Janica Brown, Executive Assistant to the Deputy Director. Yari Samar Nevehar was issued a pharmacy technician trainee registration on July 25th, 2023. It expires on July 31st, 2026. Her registration status is open. A complaint was opened against Ms. Nevehar's registration upon notification that she was terminated from employment at Walmart Pharmacy on or about September 10th, 2024 for theft of non-pharmacy merchandise. Ms. Nevehar was sent a notice of complaint with a request for a response to the allegations. A subpoena was issued to Walmart Pharmacy for their investigative files related to her termination. Walmart responded to the subpoena and provided an investigative summary and 14 videos demonstrating Ms. Nevehar's participation in failing to scan and pay for items on August 12th, 2024 and August 25th, 2024. The narrative further explains that Ms. Nevehar acted as an accomplice in these activities as well as failed to scan items herself. Ms. Nevehar was subsequently terminated and charged with shoplifting on September 7th, 2024. In Ms. Nevehar's written response to board staff, she admitted to the conduct described in the complaint and stated that she understands what she did was wrong and there is no excuse for it. She stated that she is not currently working in a pharmacy, however, she wished for another opportunity to continue working in the field. Upon review of the public access information for Ms. Nevehar, staff discovered that she was charged with a total of 3 shoplifting charges, one on September 9th, 2024, and 2 additional charges filed on October 21st, 2024. Ms. Nevehar did not report the charges to the board within 10 working days. Staff sent an additional request for information and issued a subpoena for records to Ms. Nevehar on November 4th, 2024. She responded to the subpoena on December 10th, 2024, and her written response clarified that all of the charges were related to the same shoplifting incident that led to her termination, and she was not sure why there are separate charges on separate dates. She also stated that she was not aware that she needed to report the charges to the board. Ms. Nevehar's responses and the court documents related to the incident are included in the board's files for review and consideration. This case is before the board for discussion, consideration, and to determine how to proceed.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Is Ms. Nevehar present?
Yes, I'm here.
Good morning. If you could unmute yourself and introduce yourself for the record.
Can you hear me?
We can't hear you.
My name is Yari Samar Nevehar.
Welcome. Thank you. Would you like to say anything to the board before we proceed with questions?
Not at the time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Board members, questions for Ms. Navajar or Ms. Brown?
Ms. Navajar, where are you in the process for obtaining your full pharmacy technician license?
Well, at the time, I just had my baby 3 months ago, so I'm a stay-at-home mom right now. I do plan on going back when she turns around 6 months. I do plan on pursuing this career. Hopefully, I can get another chance. I do know that, I made a mistakes, but I wish another chance to keep working in this field.
As a follow-up, have you obtained your fingerprint clearance card in anticipation of applying for that full license?
No, I have not.
Is there one on file for her already? Ms. Brown?
I believe as she's a tech trainee, it wouldn't be required at this point. Give me one moment and I'll take a look if we have it on file.
I asked board staff in the past when we've had theft of non-pharmacy related items, what have we done? I'm trying to recall if we've offered probation.
Yeah, we offer probation and
That's what I-
notify employer.
That's what I was trying to.
That's what I remember for a couple of cases that I witnessed. So my question, so you clarified, you said those shoplifting charges were the same incidents. Could you clarify this? Did you try to correct the record with the court?
No, I did not. I'm guessing it was two separate occasions, but everything was put together in one case. I'm still going to court for it. I think my last hearing is on February 27th.
So there is two different incidents, right? Not one.
Yes.
Okay.
If I may, we do not have a fingerprint clearance card on file.
Thank you, Ms. Brown.
Given her upcoming court date, I move to table until next hearing.
What was that? I'm sorry.
He's discussing with the state board members here. We
Oh,
will-
Is your intention to see if she gets charged
I believe she's already been.
or like what the outcome is of the adjudication?
Purpose of the next hearing is.
Can we ask them?
Have you pleaded guilty to the crimes?
I have not. That's the next court date on the 27th.
Is when you enter a plea?
Yes.
What do you plan to plead?
Guilty.
And she's admitted the conduct.
I have a motion. Did I have a second?
Second.
So what's the motion? I'm sorry. I missed it.
To table pending the outcome of the hearing. I don't think that that's an appropriate motion, is my personal opinion.
I don't think we need it because just like stated, she has already told us that she was guilty of the.
I agree. I don't think it's necessary.
And we don't know, the next hearing is probably not going to resolve the matter. If it's truly just to enter a plea, there are going to be several other steps after that.
Any other discussion?
Well, we have a motion, so.
Yep.
We don't have a.
I'll rescind.
I rescind my second.
Okay. Do I have an alternative motion?
So have we ever put a technician trainee on probation? Because. Okay.
So what type of probation? Just inform their employer about the charges? What the probation for how long? For 2 years, for 3 years, for? We have done it before.
I just think this is a bad way to start.
Your career in
your-
pharmacy.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's
where we
my,
don't have confidence.
yeah. And being in the inside the pharmacy around controlled medications and or non-controlled, doesn't matter.
Probation until she obtains a fingerprint clearance card. And then at that,
I
No?
don't think a suspension.
She is, by her own testimony, not working, doesn't plan to return to work for another 3 months. We don't know what length of time it would be that she would, if she would able to get a job after she decides she's going to return to work. So the probation probably would not start until she is employed. And when does she expire?
2026. She's got a year.
So. Yeah. Just something to consider.
I think 2 years would be more appropriate.
Would that follow on to her technician license if she were to get a full technician license? Or would it just stay on her trainee license?
That would be up to you guys.
I guess I shouldn't, her trainee registration.
just for clarity, Ms. Navahar, have you completed the experiential component of your training program already? And you're just needing to complete the didactic piece? Where are you in that?
No, I was only working at Walmart for about maybe like 6-7 months, and Walmart wasn't allowing me to get my license until I was there for a year, so I haven't really gotten started on any training or getting my license yet.
We discuss it on the record.
If we were to do probation, I just was wondering what terms would be appropriate. I don't think it's meaningful when we don't have very good terms spelled out, I guess.
What do you think those terms should be? I have concern if somebody's already pilfering things that they may continue, especially in the role in the pharmacy. And it seems to me that that's why I said 2 years, and from the time that they get their license for that, and to ensure that there is no further problems like this.
What about some sort of continuing education and ethics and reports from her employer? If she does appear, notification of her employer and then a report back from her employer once she's hopefully employed.
I think reports are good. I'm not sure that continuing education would do much good at this point.
Agree with you, Mr. Thorwald. I don't think CE is going to provide any value here.
Possibly for ethical CE, as Lori stated.
Well, maybe the court will order that for her. Who knows, right? They're gonna assign her maybe to.
Somebody want to make a motion?
I move that we put her on probation for 2 years from the time that she goes back to work.
The probation
we
should,
get
the probation should be now, right, Jean?
and that we get reports on her status.
Well, if you condition the probation to start when she goes back to work, at this point, that we don't know if she will. It'd be better to start it as of now, but
Then I'll amend my motion to start now.
So can we, I mean, I'm with 3 or 4 years probation.
I think Mr.
3.
Thorwald's thought is start probation now and continue it for 2 years post-employment or after starting employment. And I think to capture Ms. Nair's point is if she moves to a pharmacy technician license, carry that probation over to that license as well.
I'll amend my motion to that.
How about an appearance before the board 6 months after the consent agreement goes into effect and after the start of probation if she has not obtained employment in the field of pharmacy?
I don't know what we would get out of an appearance.
Well, you may want to consider adjusting the terms if she hasn't found a job in 6 months.
I think just let it go, and if it may be longer than that, I don't think that's necessary.
Mr. Thorwald, I didn't catch, did you also include that she notify her employer? I know it's kind of
Yes,
implied if they're going to
that-
be reporting.
Yeah.
And then at what interval would they report to us? And what are we expecting in the report?
I'm not
To
sure what-
confirm that they are aware of those charges.
And I'm
and they
not sure
accept
what
her
term
employment.
would be appropriate, sorry.
So probation starting now and stay 2 years of post employment. And
I guess after
Yeah,
being
after
employed.
after being employed and notify employer, and we need to receive a confirmation from employer that they're aware of this probation.
But would we want maybe a evaluation, a 60-day evaluation report?
Don't think it's needed.
I mean, I don't know who's gonna evaluate her. I mean, yeah,
I think just notification from
just
her employer.
notification from her employer that they're aware of these charges.
Yes.
Do we need to include failure to report 3 times
And
$250?
I include $50 failing to report charges. It's how many charges? 3. So it is a 50.
Mr.
yeah.
Thorwald started the motion, just.
Well, since I already did the motion, I will include everything that's been said so far. Make it simple and do it that way.
And then lastly, I think an appearance before lifting a probation.
Okay, so let's try and clean this up.
Yes.
So is what I'm hearing. Probation for a period of 2 years. She must notify her employer of the probation, and will need to receive an attestation from her employer if she gets employed that she has notified them of that, and that her license to move to a technician license, she'll need to appear before us. Is there anything I'm missing?
Can we?
I heard that if she were to receive her technician license, that this probation would carry over.
Yes.
And that if she seeks to receive a technician license, she has to appear before the board. My understanding is that the probation starts now, but is in effect for 2 years while she's employed. So it could be 2 years and some other undetermined period of time.
Correct.
We
That's
want
what.
her on probation for 2 years employed.
And then it would be her responsibility to lift the probation after
Yes.
that time. Yes.
Okay.
One clarifying question. Do we also offer the ability to voluntarily surrender when we offer this potential consent agreement for probation?
That can be part of your motion and if not signed, we can move to formal hearing.
I don't know if that cleaned it all up, but I
all on
will
you.
agree with all of that.
Jean, will you restate the motion? Wow, that was a look.
My mom will.
Wow.
So this is probation, a consent agreement for a period of probation to begin upon the effective date of the consent agreement. It will continue for at least 2 years under employment. She is to notify her employer of the consent agreement. We are to receive an attestation from the employer that they received and are aware of the consent agreement. We need quarterly reports from the employer with respect to her performance at work and if there are any concerns. If she receives her tech license in the interim, she is to appear before the board before that happens, understanding that the probation could carry over to that license.
One thing I
And-
heard discussed was the $250.
I'm
sorry.
getting there. I'm getting there. $250 civil penalty, disciplinary for failure to report the charges. And she has to submit a request in writing to lift the probation and appear before the board. If it's not signed, go to formal hearing. And in the alternative, you would accept a voluntary surrender.
That's my motion.
Real quick.
Second.
Would it be only 250 or would it be 750, 250?
But there's a
times the
max
three
for ticket.
charges?
Leave it at
Okay.
250.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Who was the second? I'm sorry. Thanks.
Dr. Gandhi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Braswell,
Aye.
Mr. Thorwald,
Aye.
Ms. Snare,
Hi.
Ms. Walmsley,
Nay.
Ms. Lehan,
Aye.
Mr. Dang,
Aye.
Mr. Al Nassif.
Aye.
Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
Ayes have it, Madam Chair, with 1 nay and 1 absent.
Thank you, Dr. Gandhi. All right. 12G, complaint number 24-0657. A pharmacy technician trainee failed to disclose charges within 10 business days or within 10 days. I believe that they also failed to comply with the subpoena on this one. Do we want to hear anything on this one? I think it's pretty straightforward, personally.
I think he's online.
Is Mr. Penate here? Mr. Penate? Go ahead.
If there's no discussion, I'm ready to make a motion to move to hearing.
A second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Ms. Canavong, I think we have a request to hold 12H until after 1 o'clock. Is that correct?
That's right.
Are you here for 12H? Okay. Please. 12H complaint. Is this everybody, Ms. Canavong?
I'm sorry.
Do you know if this is everybody? Because I think we also had the pharmacist as well. Are you guys here on behalf of Dignity or is Miss McHale here? Or was she the one that requested to come later? Is she online? Okay, we'll have to come back to this one. All right, I think that takes us to tab 13 is vacant. 14A, nuclear apothecary Yuma. What? Good morning. If you could please introduce yourself for the record.
Good morning, board members. My name is Jacqueline Toth, and I am a nuclear apothecary of Yuma.
I'm sorry. So
Oh, sorry. Yes.
So I recuse myself.
Hello, Mr. Castaneda. If you could give us a brief summary, please.
Morning, board members. Ben Castaneda, Compliance Officer, Arizona State Board of Pharmacy. During a routine inspection in September of 2024, Officer Carla Pudi and I discovered that this entity changed ownership on or about 12/3/21. The pharmacy was previously owned by Dennis McClure and Jacqueline Toth and had been operating as a limited service pharmacy, Arizona permit Y004204. As of 12/20/21, Jacqueline Toth is the sole owner of the business. She did apply for a change of ownership after our inspection was completed.
Hello, I come to the board very embarrassed that I did not do this. I was relying on my business partner to help with the transition, and it is completely my responsibility, and I should have called the board for clarification and help.
Thank you. Board members, any questions or discussion?
I can make a motion to order a non-disciplinary civil penalty of $250 for failing to provide notice before there is a change of ownership. My
Second.
motion.
Upon payment, issue the permit.
Upon payment, issue permit.
I don't know if that's consistent. I think we've done a $500 fine in the past.
Mhm.
Okay.
500 is for failure to notify the relocation of the business.
Okay, thanks for clarifying.
Thanks.
I second your motion.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much.
15A, this is for Precision Compounding Pharmacy and Wellness.
Hello, board members. Thanks for having me today.
Thank you. If you could please introduce yourself for the record.
Yeah, my name's Christian Stella. I'm the founder and CEO of Precision Compounding Pharmacy.
Are you also the PIC, Mr. Stella?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Castaneda, can you give us a brief summary?
Thank you again, board members. Ben Castaneda, Compliance Officer, Arizona State Board of Pharmacy. Precision Compound and Wellness Pharmacy previously held a permit for a non-resident permit pharmacy in Arizona, permit number Y009273. On 8/15/24, this entity underwent an ownership change. The application for the new ownership was received at the board office on 8/19. During substantive review, board staff found undisclosed discipline on the NAB website from the Colorado State Board issued in 2023. A letter of admonition was issued by the Colorado Board for failing to come into compliance and maintain compliance for one consecutive week following the due date of a complaint response, as well as failing to correct records submitted to the Colorado PMP. Further undisclosed discipline was found for a separate location in Florida under common ownership from 2024. The entity provided responses for each. Then after substantive review was complete, the entity disclosed further discipline to our board from the Louisiana Board of Pharmacy for dispensing into the state prior to having a permit, and they were fined $26,000.
Thank you, Mr. Castaneda. Mr. Stella, would you like to add anything before the board moves forward with questions?
Yeah, I mean, I'll go through kind of everyone one by one. I think that'll be easiest. So as far as Louisiana,
I don't know that we need that level of detail.
oh, okay. So yeah, however you want to go about it. You can ask questions.
Board members' questions. I mean, I think for just so that you know, we have the details of the disciplinary actions in our packet. Not that we don't want to hear it, we just already have reviewed it here.
To me, it looks like 2 failures to disclose. And I was thinking a $500 non-disciplinary fine.
One for the change of one for change of ownership and one for the discipline.
Yep. Second.
and issue the permit upon payment.
Yes.
Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries.
Can I
Thank-
ask a quick question just
Yeah.
about this? On the form that was, I believe, from us, it asked a series of questions. And it asked if the owner was a pharmacist or a technician or a prescriber. I'm just curious why ask about pharmacy or technician, pharmacist or technician? Because it's permitted. What's the reason for the question?
I'll have to do a little research on it.
Okay, just curious. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Stella, for being present.
Thank you, members of the board.
Tab 16 is vacant. Moving on to tab 17, 17A, Sterling Distributors. Is anyone present for Sterling? Mr. Leong, welcome.
Thank you. Hello, members of the board. My name is Truman Leong, Chief Compliance Officer, and before the board is a non-resident, non-prescription wholesaler permit application. At the October 2024 board meeting, the board had tabled the matter to allow staff to negotiate a consent agreement for civil penalty regarding unpermitted shipment into Arizona. The executive director had reached out on 3 different occasions and no reply from the permit application. The application is now before the board to discuss a requested withdrawal.
Thank you, Mr. Leong. Board members, questions or discussion?
My question is, what options do we have? Can we just deny the application? And then if they were to apply again, we would talk about the shipping into Arizona?
You may move to deny based upon the unpermitted business into Arizona. That is one option. You could also close the matter without prejudice. So in the event that they reapply, you could take up the unpermitted activity at that time. But you do have evidence that they engage in unpermitted activity. So that would be a basis for a denial.
Also not responding to board requests. I'm leaning more towards deny, just to talk about the open discussion.
As another point of discussion, is there an opportunity to also refer this to an alternate state agency if we do deny to investigate their unlicensed activity?
I'm thinking we should refer them to their home state since they're located in Florida.
Yeah, if I don't know if we have a cup of tea. Water?
Is someone, whoever's speaking, if you could please identify yourself?
Fucking hot? Yeah.
We could get some after that.
Can you mute them, Dr. Grande?
I'll be willing to make that my motion. Sounds like to where we're headed. I'll make a motion to deny the application and refer this matter to the Florida Board of Pharmacy
On the basis of the
on the basis of the non-permitted activity.
Does that allow us to bring it up and come up in the future if they ever put in another application?
The denial, if it is upheld or is not appealed, will be on the record. So if they did reapply, that would be part of the information.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Does a denial require a roll call? Ms. Galvin?
Yes. Mr. Braswell?
Aye.
Mr. Thorwald?
Aye.
Ms. Nair?
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley?
Aye.
Ms. Lahan?
Aye.
Mr. Dang?
Aye.
Mr. Al-Nassif?
Aye.
Mr. Anderson?
Aye.
Ayes have it, Madam Chair, with 1 absent.
Thank you, Dr. Gundy. 17B, MWI Veterinary Supply Company doing business as MWI Animal Health. Hello, Ms. Trujillo.
Morning, Madam Chair, board members.
Believe the staff requested potentially that you've requested a continuance. Is that the case?
Yes, I was going to say, if I may,
Okay.
to save
Yes.
you the effort. Yes, we'd like to request a continuance. We were just retained yesterday, and this would allow us a chance to ramp up and also potentially, if the board would like to negotiate a consent agreement with board staff.
I'm comfortable with tabling.
Mhm.
I can table it. Yes.
Yes, you may. And we can always enter into negotiations and bring something back to the board.
Okay. So moved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tab 18 is vacant. Tab 19 is vacant. 20 is vacant. 21 Archway Marketing Services.
Madam Chair, in lieu of appearing, Archway has agreed to, and this is the only issue with this application, is the change of ownership. So they haven't agreed to pay the 250 non-disciplinary civil penalty.
Do I have a motion to ratify that?
Yes.
That's my motion. I make a motion for $250
Non-civil.
civil penalty, non-disciplinary. Yeah.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
The motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Let's see. Takes us to tab 22. 22A, Eric Greg Ambrose. Is Mr. Ambrose present? Please. If you could please introduce yourself for the record.
Yes, my name is Eric Greg Umbries.
Welcome. Ms. Mitchell, if you could give us a brief summary.
Certainly. Eric Embrees was first licensed as a technician on September 19th, 2023. He's currently employed by Safety Drugs. Mr. Embrees submitted his license renewal application on October 6, 2024. On his application, he disclosed that he'd been arrested for, but not charged with, theft. In his explanation, Mr. Embrees indicated that he was arrested at Sam's Club. At the request of staff, Mr. Embrees provided a copy of the Phoenix Police Department's incident report relating to his arrest. The report indicated that he was arrested after admitting to processing refunds and putting the funds on gift cards to be used at Sam's Club. In an email to board staff, Mr. Embrees indicated that he was not working at Sam's Club as a technician, but as a specialist checking receipts and working at the self-checkout or working in the membership area. His fingerprint clearance card is not valid.
Thank you, Ms. Mitchell. Mr. Ambrose, is there anything you'd like to add, or are you ready for us to ask you a couple questions?
You guys can ask me a question.
Okay, thank you. Board members?
Mr. Ambrose, are you trying to seek a good cause exception to reinstate your fingerprint clearance card? Where are you with that?
I still haven't really checked on that, so I'm not sure, but I will try to get my fingerprint clearance cleared out if I can.
Mr. Ambrose, is your current employer aware of these charges?
Yes, he is. He knows that I'm here today as well.
And why?
Yeah.
Are you currently making any restitution to Walmart stores?
No.
Do you still have charges that are pending?
No, I do not. The one that I had right now, I believe I'm not too sure if they're gonna process anything else because I haven't heard anything else. Because 2 days prior from my court date, they just sent me a message that my file was not pretty much completed. So I'm not aware if I'm gonna have any more court or not.
It was not what? I'm sorry.
It pretty much wasn't filed at all. So I'm not sure if
So are you employed now? Is that correct? You employed?
At Safety Drugs.
At Safety Drugs.
Yes.
Are they aware of
Yeah,
those charges? And
Ms.
everything?
Snare
Just
already
wanna
asked that.
make sure. Yeah.
I think probably probation is a good place to start, like we did with the other.
I will copy the same.
Yeah, just
Probation.
for the record, can you tell us what you did? You stole from the company by putting money? Can you tell us what happened, what took place?
I would pretty much just return things that my family members would buy, and I would use it to buy more food. Because we were
You put the money on a store card?
gift card, yes.
Yeah, a gift card. How much money do you think that you put on store gift cards?
I'm not too sure because it wasn't. I know it doesn't really matter if I was consistent or not, but I wasn't consistent, so I'm not aware how much it was.
What's your estimate? More than 200? More than 500?
100, 100, 200 maybe. Not too sure.
It's a lot more significant than that in our
Yeah.
statement here.
In our board book, it says between 15,000 and 20,000.
I just
Can you-
didn't know.
Can you help reconcile that discrepancy?
It was for I was doing it for like a year and a half. So maybe that's why that's the amount that I concluded on. But I wasn't sure.
So what you're saying right now is how much you would do each time you did it, maybe?
Yeah.
So it is closer to the 15,000 to 20,000?
Well, maybe most likely.
If I, Madam Chairman, I guess I'm confused. If a family member purchased an item and they returned the item, you would put the refund on a gift card and then use that gift card for in-store purchases.
No, so pretty much they would buy stuff, but I would go into the I guess account and refund it myself.
But they
weren't-
didn't return the merchandise.
No.
Thank you.
Why his fingerprint card invalid?
Because of the charge. Oh, no, excuse me. It wasn't because of the charge. Actually, I don't know. That's a good question.
I believe it was because of the charge when I got arrested. Because I did get in the mail that it was, I don't know if it was suspended or just they removed it.
I don't believe we received notification.
And you're a technician or you're a trainee?
No, I'm a technician. I am certified.
I still think probation is the right way to go.
Agree, and I'd like to see this fingerprint clearance card get cleared up so that you have a valid fingerprint clearance card.
May I ask a question of Mr. Embers? Did you obtain the fingerprint clearance card for this agency or did you already have it when you applied?
I already had it when I applied. So it was already valid because I did school pretty much.
Okay, thank you.
So it was required.
Should this be based on having an approved fingerprint card?
Second.
So
Madam Chair,
probation so just for clarity, probation until a valid fingerprint clearance card is obtained?
No, I was
No.
wondering, certainly probation, but at the same time, you should have a fingerprint card that is active and approved. Before you can do anything. I don't think you can be doing anything. Minimum.
I don't think that's a requirement.
Yeah.
He has to have it when he applies, but he doesn't have to maintain it, according to, no.
It can be employer requirement, not.
So I would ask the second question. said that he had it when he came on. Was it valid then? We don't know. We're talking about the fingerprint card that he had when he came on board. We don't know if that was valid in the first place, or that became invalid after the fact.
It would have had to have been valid for us to issue the license to him. So when it was first checked by the licensing staff, it would have been valid. The problematic thing is if he obtained it for another agency, we would not be notified when it became inactive or invalid.
And that's what I was getting at, because sometimes reporting can be months behind the
Certainly.
actual case, and that's why I was asking that.
Yeah, and in his case, we would not have been notified at all if he obtained it from another agency or for another agency.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, just touching base with the fingerprint card board, it takes about 20-30 days to evaluate a good cause exception. So it's not a very long time period if you were to apply today for it.
I have concern, given the amount of money and the transactions that the fraud that has occurred here. This is significant, and that just gives me great concern, even about just probation. I have bad feelings about this. I just want to express that.
I feel the same way. I think the longevity and the amount, that's why I asked for it to be on the record, it's concerning.
Exactly.
It changes. I know the other case, there had a little bit of similarity, but the longevity and the amount of money makes it different to me.
I'm just concerned about even allowing him to practice, allowing him to do anything, given that as the longevity and the amounts. I think we're just leaving it open for problems.
Can take a stab potentially at a motion. I'd like to make a motion for a 2-year probationary period with notification and attestation from your employer that they in fact do know this, and similar reports on your performance and whatnot. But also within that 2-year timeframe to go ahead and work on getting the good cause exception in your fingerprint clearance card updated again so that it would be valid. Just not necessarily as the requirement, but for the board's peace of mind and whatnot.
I would like to see a valid fingerprint card at some point. I don't, and if he can't get a valid fingerprint card, then I don't think we should even be moving forward with any of this.
Madam Chair, the director of the fingerprint board gave me his cell number in case he wants to pursue it right away, to understand the process in case we want him to pursue a fingerprint clearance card.
I can withdraw for more discussion.
Does anybody want to second the motion, or?
To me, the fingerprint clearance card is so low on the priority list. I just think that my confidence in him having this at so many things at his disposal in this job need a high degree of veracity. That I don't feel that confident in what's our threshold of what's appropriate for a licensee? $15,000 to $20,000 would be beyond my comfort level. I'll say that.
I completely agree.
So are we thinking moving to hearing for possible revocation?
That's my thought.
What's before
Mine
you
saw as
is
well.
a application for renewal. So you could deny the application, and if he appeals it, he's entitled to a hearing.
I will make a motion to deny.
I'll second.
Before we vote, I would like to make a motion for legal advice.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second for legal advice. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Welcome back, everybody. Discussion or additional questions after executive session?
Yep, we do have a motion on the table as well, Madam Chair.
Do we want to keep that or do we want to rescind that?
Was it mine?
I want to keep the motion.
For probation?
I
do it.
believe it
Oh,
was
it was
Frank's
denial.
motion and yours second.
For denial?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
I made the motion to deny.
I thought it was Frank.
I made the motion, you second.
Oh, it was. Okay, sorry.
Okay, I have a motion on the table to deny the renewal. Dr. Gandhi? Roll call.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Braswell?
Aye.
Mr. Thorwald?
Aye.
Ms. Snare?
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley?
Nay.
Ms. Lehan?
Nay.
Mr. Dang?
Aye.
Mr. Al-Nassif?
Aye.
Mr. Anderson?
Aye.
Ayes have it, Madam Chair, with 2 nays and 1 absent.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your attendance. Board staff will be in communication with you.
Understood. Thank you.
Let's 22B, I believe, is next. Yunjin Seo.
Morning, board.
Fine, Madam Chair.
Hello, if you could please introduce yourselves for the record, please.
Sure. This is Michael Lin, attorney for Ms. Seal, who is present with me today.
Mr. Seo, are you barred in Arizona?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Mitchell, if you could give us a brief summary.
Yujin Seo was licensed as a pharmacist on August 5th, 2013. She applied for the renewal of her license on September 30th, 2024. At the time of renewal, Ms. Seo was the pharmacist in charge and co-owner of Laughlin Pharmacy and Wellness Center. On her renewal application, Ms. Seo disclosed that the Nevada Board of Pharmacy issued her a cease and desist order. She also indicated that formal disciplinary action was pending in that state. On or about December 4th, 2024, Ms. Seo entered into a stipulation and order with the Nevada Board of Pharmacy. As a part of the stipulation and order, Ms. Seo's license was revoked, but the revocation was stayed, and her license was placed on probation for a period of 5 years. The stipulation and order prohibits Ms. Seo from engaging in the practice of compounding sterile drug products for 1 year and requires her to complete 20 hours of continuing education on sterile compounding by October 31st, 2025. Ms. Seo may not engage in the practice of compounding non-sterile drug products unless and until she completes 10 hours of continuing education on non-sterile compounding. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Ms. Mitchell. Ms. Seo or your counsel, would you like to make a brief statement before we proceed with questions?
Yes. Just as the attorney stated, the board's attorney stated that this is a case where my client actually have entered into a stipulated order with the Nevada Board of Pharmacy. I just want to make sure the board is aware that we have fully complied and cooperated with the board's investigation as well as the Arizona's initial board investigation. Unfortunately, I think this is a particular situation where my client, which was the PIC for pharmacy, Laughlin Pharmacy recently, but again, some of the allegation that was actually a charge against her were conduct that was actually occurred prior to her becoming the PIC. So that is one thing I do want to let the board inform the board. Of course, my client is not denying any lack of due diligence, even though that she wasn't the PIC at the time. Again, she was a partner of the pharmacy, and this is why my client is willing to accept this responsibility and to be partly responsible for whatever that had happened at the time. However, we do want the board to know that we are hoping that the board could give her an opportunity to redeem herself. She had learned significantly after this incident. She's the sole person in charge of the pharmacy, except with the condition that there's a PIC. So there is a PIC right now that's operating Laughlin Pharmacy. She had learned significantly. She's doing whatever she needs to do to better herself as a pharmacist. And we hope that the board will give her an opportunity. Thank you.
Ms. Teo, what are you doing today? So the pharmacy permit for your pharmacy here in Arizona, I believe, was denied. You don't have a Nevada license and you were issued a cease and desist of your pharmacy in Nevada. What are you doing today? Why do you want to keep your license?
Well, this is Michael. So the pharmacy license, the pharmacist license that she has is on probation, even though it's revoked, but it's putting on stay. So she's still actively practicing. It's just she's on probation with the condition that's set forth by the Nevada Board of Pharmacy. As far as the pharmacy's license is concerned, the board, Nevada board actually has granted the same condition for that. So the pharmacy is still active, subject to the conditions set forth by the Nevada pharmacy.
So your intention is to practice in your pharmacy in Nevada?
Yeah, but also I am registered in Arizona, so I was hoping to renew my Arizona license.
Yeah, and the reason we're seeking for that permission is because her practice is located at Laughlin, and of course, as you know, that area is significantly underserved. So we do from time to time have patients that's Arizona residents.
I don't understand why you'd need an Arizona pharmacist license to be practicing in Laughlin, Nevada. How do you need an Arizona pharmacist license for that?
No, I think it's miscommunication between him and I. I didn't intend to renew my Arizona license. It related with my pharmacy in Nevada. But the only reason that I wanted to renew my Arizona license is, first of all, that's the first place that I started as a pharmacist, which is Kingman, Arizona. And I mean, I always love to serve those patients in that area. And if I get the chance, and again, I made a huge mistake, but if I get a chance, I really would like to keep this opportunity to serve the people in the future, even though it may take a time. But I don't want to give up on my Arizona license. That's the only reason why, even though I was going through this disciplinary action or order from the Nevada, that I disclosed to the Board of Arizona, because I wanted to continue to have that opportunity for the future, if that is allowed by you guys.
So the conduct, and staff, please correct me if I'm wrong, that occurred at both pharmacies was preparation of a sterile product in a non-sterile environment. Were you aware that that was occurring, first of all, and did you participate in those activities?
At that time, I didn't. Again, now I know that was so wrong, but at that time, because the product was already compounded, and then I'm just dispensing the medication. That's what I thought. So I did not consider myself doing compounding activity. And also because those medications are usually used for the diabetes patient. And again, stupid on myself that at the time, for some reason, I connected that with, the nurses using multi-dose insulin vial in a hospital setting. And then when they pull the medication out, they don't consider it as a compounding. So I know that's wrong, but at that time, I didn't really thought that I was doing it. I really didn't do it on purpose. But yes, I did pull the medication out of the vial.
So to be sure that I understand, the medication was prepared at the Arizona pharmacy in the non-sterile environment and then was shipped to the Nevada pharmacy. Mr. Patel, can you clarify? I just want to make sure that I understand the chain of events here.
So the medication was purchased from a non-permitted facility, and it came in vials and it said compounded semaglutide, and they basically drew it out of the vial and dispensed it to patients accordingly. So it's not made in a compounding pharmacy at all.
But the pharmacy that took place in Arizona, not in Nevada, right? The pharmacy, the permit is Arizona permit, right?
It was purchased by the pharmacy in Arizona.
Okay.
And transferred over to the pharmacy in
Thank you.
Nevada, Laughlin.
So, yeah, so my concern is beyond compounding sterile meds. I mean, it's beyond that. It is misbranded meds, is taking advantage of public that may be seeking a cheaper medication. It's, you go on and on, fraud and everything. And even she wasn't PIC but she was the owner or partner of the business, and she's a pharmacist. And so me personally, I don't feel okay to allow her to practice in our state.
I agree with you, Mr. Nassif. I don't think she should be serving Arizonans. I think we need to be looking out for the safety of Arizonans, and I think Nevada may have offered you an opportunity, and that's a great opportunity for you. But I don't think you need to be serving patients within the state of Arizona. That's my opinion.
Any further discussion, or do we have a motion?
Is it like motion to deny the? So
It's a
yeah,
renewal.
so I move to deny renewal application.
Second.
Ms. Galvin, do we have to state the grounds for denial, or is that implied? We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Dr. Gandhi.
Mr. Braswell,
Aye.
Mr. Thorwald,
Aye.
Ms. Nair,
Aye.
Ms. Wamsley,
Aye.
Ms. Lehan,
Aye.
Mr. Dang,
Aye.
Mr. Al-Nassif.
Aye.
Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
Ayes have it with one absent, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Gandhi. We'll move on to 23A, for which I'm recused.
If I may just remind the board to push the green button prior to speaking, please.
All right, we're on tab 23A. This is pharmacist application for Matthew Argo, and board staff is Ms. Favela. And Mr. Argo, are you on the line? Or in the...
Hi there. Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Wonderful. Could you please introduce yourself for the board?
Yes, my name is Matthew Argo.
All right, Ms. Favela, could you give us a brief summary?
Sure. On August 19th, 2024, Matthew Argo submitted a pharmacist application for licensure by reciprocity. Mr. Argo disclosed 2 charges on his NABP license transfer application, however, failed to disclose these charges on his Arizona State pharmacist license application.
Thank you, Ms. Favela. Mr. Argo, do you have any preliminary statements you'd like to make before we open the floor for questions?
Yeah, other than just being embarrassed that I just remember I was on a lunch break and trying to rush through getting the application completed. I had to get it within 90 days of employment at my current employer, and I was getting close to that 90 days. And as soon as I learned that I had passed the law exam, I went straight to go online to apply, had all my stuff together, and was just only had 30 minutes to do it. I just misread. It says something about if a charge has been more than 7 years ago, you don't have to disclose it. I saw that and stopped reading foolishly, and it was completely my mistake. I'm licensed in 2 other states. I've disclosed this stuff before and really had no reason to think that, it would be, obviously it's y'all's decision. You're a different state, but I had disclosed it before without any problems. So I just don't want y'all to think that I was trying to keep anything from you.
Thank you, Mr. Argo. We'll open the floor for any questions.
I don't recall reading this in your statement. It says that you were under the influence, and under the influence of what? It says operating under the influence.
That would be alcohol. That's the charge in Massachusetts circa 2006, 2007, maybe. It was alcohol though.
Thank you.
Mr. Argo, have you had any consequences due to substance use since 2007? I'm sorry,
No, sir. No, sir, I have not.
So there's two separate arrests, right? So it is $250 for each one not disclosing. So I move for 500 non-disciplinary fine for not disclosing.
Second. And then approve the
And
application.
then approve the application, yes.
All right, is the motion clear, Ms. Galvin?
Yes, it is.
All right, we have got a first and a second. Do we need roll call? These are non-disciplinary. Okay. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Argo. Board staff will be in touch. And welcome back, Ms. Walmsley.
Thank you very much.
And I am recused from this next one. We're doing 23B.
Correct. 23B, Megan McGill. Welcome. Can the parties please introduce themselves?
I'm Megan McGill.
Ryan Grease, Papa Program Director. Jim Corrington, Papa Counselor.
Jenica Brown, Executive Assistant to the Deputy Director.
Hannah Bolts, Licensing Division Manager.
Thank you very much. Ms. Bolts or Ms. Brown, would you like to give a brief summary?
Certainly. Megan McGill applied for her Arizona pharmacist license by full exam on February 21st, 2024. On her application, Ms. McGill disclosed disciplinary action on her Florida pharmacist license and a felony charge from 2017. Information related to the charges indicated that Ms. McGill admitted to the theft of 13 vials of hydromorphone from her employer in Hillsborough County, Florida, between March and October of 2017. Of note, she admitted that on one or more occasions, she took the hydromorphone vials from her employer and replaced them with water. In addition to the controlled substance diversion, Ms. McGill admitted to stealing non-pharmacy merchandise, including an Apple iPhone, an Apple iPad, 10 ink cartridges, 12 hand sanitizer bottles, and $49 in cash. On October 18th, 2018, the Florida State Board of Pharmacy revoked Ms. McGill's pharmacist license. On October 30th, 2017, Ms. McGill was charged with grand theft, third degree, theft of controlled substance, and 2 counts of false information on pawnbroker form. This board considered Ms. McGill's Arizona pharmacist license application during the June 2024 board meeting and voted to table the application and issue an order for substance use evaluation with fitness for duty component. The board directed staff to work with Ms. McGill to obtain documentation of her recovery efforts to provide as collateral information to the evaluator. Ms. McGill complied with staff's request for documentation. The information she provided is included in the board's files for review. The interim order for substance use with fitness duty component was executed on June 26, 2024. Ms. McGill complied with the order, and the evaluation results are contained in the board's files for consideration. On September 6, 2024, Ms. McGill notified staff that she was entering into a PAPA contract in accordance with the recommendations made by her evaluator. The PAPA contract is included in the board's files. On January 3, 2025, Ms. McGill notified staff that she passed her NAPLEX and MPJE exams and requested that her application be considered during the February 2025 board meeting. Staff reviewed Ms. McGill's results through NABP and confirmed that she did pass both exams. This matter is before the board to consider Ms. McGill's application, in addition to the results of her evaluation.
Thank you. Ms. McGill, would you like to add anything before we proceed with questions?
Yes, I just have a brief statement I'd like to make. First, I would like to express my gratitude to the board for considering my application for licensure. I am a person who's been in recovery since July 21st of 2023. I have a sponsor, a home group, and service commitment. My journey with opioid addiction began in 2014. I went very much to the bottom, and I understand that my actions could have resulted in serious patient harm. I entered a treatment program in November of 2017, and my Florida license was revoked in 2018. I have been opiate-free since 2017, but did struggle with alcohol leading up to my sobriety date. It was not until I was completely emotionally and spiritually bankrupt that I was finally able to admit complete defeat and surrender, and then experience the profound psychic change needed for complete recovery. Today, by the grace of God, I am able to take the first step every day, that I am powerless over alcohol and other drugs. I was taken in by the women of AA and given a design for living. I do these 3 things every day. I get up and ask for guidance to do God's will. I read AA literature. I take responsibility when I'm wrong, and I speak to another alcoholic, and I thank God every night for keeping me sober. I also attend at least 3 AA meetings a week and meet regularly with my sponsor. I have been in Arizona's PAPA program since October of 2024. I attend weekly PAPA meetings with other professionals, which have provided a type of support that I never had in the past. I have paid all fees associated with the PAPA program, and I am compliant with the drug tests 3 to 4 times per month. Recovery is the most important thing in my life now. My higher power keeps me sober one day at a time, and I humbly ask the board to grant my request and allow me to practice pharmacy again. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. McGill, and congratulations on your sobriety and your journey. Board members, questions, discussion?
Does Mr. Grace or Mr. Corrington want to make a statement?
Hello, everyone. Ryan Grace. As she had mentioned in her statement, she is fully compliant. We have no concerns from her participation in the PAPA program. Jim can speak better to her actual care and progression.
Hello, board. I see Megan once a week, and I'm pretty good at detecting whether somebody's just compliant for external motivating factors or whether they're really buying into the whole thing and taking responsibility for the potential damage that they could have caused to other human beings when they're in their active addiction. And Megan is 100% in. And so I'm very proud of her for moving forward with this request and for being able to get back into pharmacy. And we all of us that are in recovery have things in the past that we regret and then we have to make amends for. But she's fully moving forward with all the right steps. And I expect her to be fully in recovery the rest of her life, one day at a time, whether she gets this license back or not. And I think it's a safe move on the board's part, in my opinion and experience.
So you never been licensed in Arizona before, you're just applying for Arizona, right?
Yes, correct.
Have you tried to apply to any other states?
No, I have not.
Okay, why did you choose Arizona?
Well, so my son, when I was going through all of my struggles in 2017, his grandparents on his dad's side.
It's like family thing, like
Yeah,
for
I took
family.
him out here, so I followed him here.
Okay. So you start the program, PAPA program, September, right? Till now,
Yeah,
October. Is that enough
October-ish.
time to evaluate people? Like how many months? 5 months?
I think
Usually,
so.
like we hear from you after a year or two, you tell us, this is compliant, but it is a 5 months enough time.
I think so. Yeah, I'm pretty good at it. I ran these groups for 20 years before, took a few years off. Now I'm back doing them again and for the medical board and the pharmacy board. And it doesn't take too long, I don't think, to determine, based on their actions.
So just to go over the timeline. So Ms. McGill, your license was revoked in Florida in 2017 for your conduct, right?
2018.
2018. The conduct happened in 2017.
Correct.
And how long have you been sober?
Since July 21st of 2023. But I haven't used any opiates since 2017.
Okay.
If there's no further discussion,
Yeah.
I'm willing to make a motion. to offer a consent agreement or probation for 5 years to run concurrent with your monitoring contract with standard terms. Is signed within 30 days, issue the license and place the license on probation. That would be my motion.
I second that.
Do we need to issue the license too? Because I don't think she currently has a license, right?
I assume you want signed within 30 days. If she doesn't sign, go to formal hearing, and once signed, the license would issue.
Yep. Well, I guess if she doesn't sign, it would be denied.
Yeah.
So I have a motion and a second. Everybody clear?
Sounded like, Mr. Grace, you had a comment?
Question, was the 5 years to start from the date of this consent, or is that backdated to the signing of the PAPA contract? I wasn't sure if that was clear.
I think 5 years from the sign is my opinion. This is this was an egregious issue.
Yeah. Do I need to restate anything, Ms. Galvin?
I'm just previously, when there have been issues like this, we have a 5 years, there are sometimes required to have a timeout period of 6 months. I don't know if you would, is that part of this consent agreement where it would be issued but then suspended for a period of 6 months? I'm just trying to make sure it's consistent or clear.
Yeah. You haven't practiced pharmacy since 2018, 17.
Correct.
I don't think so. I think I can keep the motion as it
Yeah.
stands.
And Mr. Aaron, that's based on her not working for 3 years, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Now, not working since 2018.
2018, I apologize.
So that's 7 years.
So yeah, above more than 5 years, we need a proof of.
She's passed
She
big
just
time.
passed, so that's what we have. So we have nothing to worry about.
Right.
Any other conditions on the license? Can't be a preceptor, can't be a pick, any of those kinds of things.
I think those are part of the standard terms, right? Yeah.
Yep.
All right, Dr. Gandhi.
Mr. Braswell,
Aye.
Mr. Thorwald,
Aye.
Ms. Snare,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley,
Aye.
Mr. Dang,
Aye.
Mr. Al Nassif,
Aye.
Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
Ayes have it, 1 recusal, 1 absent, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Best of luck to you. 24A, complaint number 24-0003, Cornelius Tanya and Gilbert Pharmacy. Is anyone present from Gilbert Pharmacy?
Yes, we are here, members of the board. Sorry, this is Robert Jarvis. I'm counsel for Mr. Tanya and Gilbert Pharmacy. And Mr. Tanya is here as well.
Thank you. Mr. Jacobson, can you give us a summary?
Yeah, definitely. Good morning, Board of Pharmacy, Max Jacobson, Compliance Officer for the Arizona Board of Pharmacy. At the August 22nd board meeting of 2024, Gilbert Pharmacy and the PIC, Mr. Tanya, were offered consent agreements. Shortly after the board meeting, board staff received notice of legal counsel. Mr. Tanya's legal counsel had been in communication with the board staff, but the proposed consent agreements had not been executed or submitted, and to my knowledge, still have not been executed or submitted. The original due date for the consent agreements was November 8th. However, due to illness and the holidays, the due date was extended several times, and the final due date was December 16th, 2024. Council stated that Mr. Tanya does intend to comply with the consent agreements and has been working on the conditions. Council further stated that Mr. Tanya intends to keep the permit open and retain his personal license. Council also stated that Mr. Tanya was in the hospital and unable to oversee the move of the pharmacy. Also, Mr. Tani is not unfit to practice as a pharmacist. Board staff requested an attestation from the doctor that cared for Mr. Tani with specific instructions that the doctor must send the attestation directly to board staff. However, no official attestation was received, but a letter was received submitted by counsel and is attached to your board packet. Council also submitted documentation from a reverse distributor indicating of drug disposal as required by the consent agreements, but complete inventory destruction has not been verified by board staff. Mr. Tani was also directed to retake the Arizona MPJE as part of his consent agreement, and board staff was able to verify that he applied to take the MPJE in October of 2024, but it's unclear at this time if he has taken or passed those exams.
Thank you, Mr. Jacobson. Mr. Jarvis or Mr. Tani, would you like to make a brief statement, or are you ready for us to proceed with questions?
No, I would like to make a brief statement to clarify a number of things, if that's okay with the board.
Please.
All right. So the complaints came about in relationship to a couple of inspections, one on December 26th of 2023, the second on March 4th, 2024. And Mr. Tani, in June of 2023, he submitted his relocation application for his pharmacy. Now, just to get some reference, he had a pharmacy. That location, we're just going to call it Ray Road. It's in Chandler. It's in the Maricopa, within the jurisdiction of the state. That pharmacy had experienced burglaries before that date. So beginning February of 22, there was a burglary of the pharmacy. The people that broke in were caught on camera. It was a professional job, and what they did is they broke into the Allstate insurance place next to it and then broke in through the wall. At that one, there was nothing that was taken. They didn't get into anything. After that, there was another burglary, and that one was in August of 2022. On that one, the perpetrators couldn't open the safe because everything was properly secured and locked up. They couldn't open the safe. They snatched a few things off the shelf, and that's what happened on that one. That one was all of these were reported to the police. That one was reported to police and also to the DEA. Form 106 was submitted electronically. My understanding, though, it was not provided to the board. There was a third burglary in November of 2022. That one, they were more persistent. They couldn't get in when they first came. They went out, got a saw, came back, hacked it. You see the sparks flying all over the place. They drug the safe back into the back, and then they opened it.
Mr. Jarvis, I don't know that we need the details on the burglary. I think really where we're at right now, and board members, please correct me if I'm wrong, but we've issued a consent agreement for Mr. Tani's license as well as the pharmacy with some conditions. And I think what we'd like to hear about now is kind of, first of all, why he hasn't signed those consent agreements and what are his intentions at this point.
Okay, I'll clarify that. These consent agreements were not signed for a couple of reasons. First of all, there's some things in there, and that's one of the things I was trying to clarify, because in the consent agreement, it says several burglaries, but it doesn't give a date and time and conditions of how that happened. And so it leaves a negative connotation of what it is. So there's a few things like that in the consent agreements. And then we have also been continually trying to obtain the records to show what was really happening. So the intent, to sign the consent agreements, they need to be, we're hoping to be able to modify those to properly reflect the situation that Mr. Tani is in. Mr. Tani has, a lot of this stems from the moving of his pharmacy. And when he filed that relocation application in June 19 of 2023, the reason was that of the move was because of the burglaries that would happen, so they could secure everything, and everything was properly secured. Then from at that time, after June 19th, in late August, Mr. Tani had a seizure episode. And that is why we supplied, and you should all have that letter from his doctor that began back in February of 2023. He was placed on medication, the Keppra or levetiracetam.
Please don't discuss his medical conditions on the
Very
record.
well. He was
This is an open meeting.
Well, yes, I understand that. We'll make it limited. The important part of that was, or is, that in August of 2023, he found himself in the hospital at the same time when the move was supposed to happen. His family helped. They packed up everything. They moved it into the other location. But Mr. Tani was not able to monitor and pack things correctly, move things correctly, and the proper paperwork was not filed regarding the relocation and any inspection. It's important that after that we understand that after that time, the pharmacy was never opened again.
Mr. Jarvis, just a question for you. Is what you're saying that you're disputing some of the findings of fact that are in the consent agreement?
Yes.
You're not necessarily disputing the terms of the consent agreement, just the findings of fact.
No, there's a couple of terms that for example, let me give you a real quick example. In the consent agreement for the Gilbert Pharmacy, one of the requirements is that within 30 days, they do some, it's paragraph 2B. And it says also within 5 days, contract with the pharmacy consultant for in a consulting contract, pay this pharmacist consultant to oversee the pharmacy. Well, there's no pharmacy it's on hold. It's not closed. It just hasn't opened because of the timing they haven't gone through and opened it, because if they were going to open it, they would get all the proper approvals, inspections, and to be able to open it up. And at that time, they would be possibly needed a pharmacy consultant. So there's those types of minor issues with it that don't work because it assumes that the pharmacy is up and running, and it's not.
Mr. Jarvis, this is Jean Galvin. I'm one of the board's attorneys. Did you ever reach out to either myself or my co-counsel about your concerns with the consent agreement and possible modifications?
I don't believe so. I was my contact was Jennifer Kenavong. Is it Kenavong? That was the contact that I was emailing back and forth, trying to supply the documents properly for the board's review and relating to the consent agreement.
But you did receive the consent agreements that had my information and Seth Hargrave's information on top of the pleading as attorneys for the board.
When I initially sent out the email, I sent it to everybody that I had. So I'd have to go back and confirm that, but generally that's what I have when I have an agency pleading in front of me, because I will do it. I usually send something to counsel for the agency because I find that to be kosher. I can't confirm it right now. I'd have to go look at the emails relating to that, but
We received no communication from him.
okay. If it hasn't been received, I usually do I usually do send that, but in any event, we've provided that, and my correspondence was back and forth with Ms. Kennebog quite a bit, and relating to the materials and the consent agreement.
I mean, me personally, I don't see the order in this agreement. I agree with it. I stay with this because the violation was beyond relocate pharmacy. It was control medications. He wasn't able to give our compliance officers any control substance inventory for 5 years. So
Ms. Galvin, would an appropriate motion be for us to reissue the consent agreements, and that would allow him time to reach out to board council for potential discussion or amendments?
I think
You can reoffer them. He has them in his possession. If you want to give him another X number of days to review it, sign it, or alternatively go to formal hearing, or give him an additional until the next meeting, an opportunity for negotiation on the proposed consent agreement.
Madam Chair, if I may ask a question, Mr. Jacobson and Jennifer, did we get an attestation? He indicated that we got a doctor's note.
You're asking about the attestation from the physician that provided care. We did receive an attestation. However, it was provided by counsel. And typically on these things, we ask it to come directly from the doctor that provided care. So we know it hasn't been changed or manipulated in any way.
Okay, and it's been almost 2 months since the deadline of the initial consent agreement, December 2016.
It's been much more than that. The initial consent agreement deadline was November 8th. That deadline was pushed back several times, and it has been 2 months past the pushback several times date.
I think that's my concern.
And
And just,
Yes, I'm sorry.
And this is Jennifer. And just to clear the record, I did have many email correspondences with Mr. Jarvis about the complaint. There were many delays in getting a response on those consent agreements. As Compliance Officer Jacobson said, and we've discussed, we still haven't received responses to those. But there were delays with regards to counsel being retained, holidays, illness, a desire to obtain medical records. We did make the request for a response to those consent agreements multiple times of Mr. Jarvis. And so that's why this is back here today. But there was never any information provided to staff with regards to any proposed changes to the terms or the findings of fact of those consent agreements.
And may I respond to that? I did not, because before I respond to that, I need to have all the information, and that's so we're gathering that information to be able to respond. For example, regarding the controlled substances, it all has to do with this move. They moved the boxes into the new place. They sat there, and when the inspection comes in, the papers are not available. It's all basically paper. There's a few things that are digital. Most everything is paper records. And to find all those records during that inspection was difficult, to say the least, and almost impossible in some ways. And so that all comes into play as far as why it is what it is. And those are the things that we were gathering. Those are the things that we're addressing. Those are the things that, if we go to this consent agreement, that we need to discuss and see if we can modify those to actually fit what occurred.
Madam Chair, if I may. Mr. Jarvis, how long has your client been a pharmacist?
30 years.
And then the folks that moved those files and medications and stuff, were those pharmacists that assisted in moving those?
Yes.
How long have they been pharmacists?
Christia has been a pharmacist longer than myself.
So my assumption is they passed the Arizona law to be a pharmacist. And so they do understand record keeping requirements by the state of Arizona.
I'm sorry, say that again?
They understand record keeping requirements by the state of Arizona.
Oh, yes.
So to not have records readily available, Mr. Jarvis, I don't see how that is a valid excuse.
Well, the reason that it is an explanation is that they weren't opening the pharmacy at that point. And so they're all boxed, all the records are there, they're just boxed up. And they were boxed up by someone other than Mr. Tani. Yeah. And so it's not where you go into an open pharmacy and they see the records and they're set and they're all there. This one was in a running pharmacy.
When did this investigation start? I mean, we're talking about, this was before us in August. Like, I understand that he moved. I understand that the records might have been hard to find, but it's been like probably close to a year almost at this point since we've started this investigation. And it's hard for me to believe that nobody could have found the records in a year at this point.
Yes, if I ask him now, can he find the, do you have the record now? Since it's been a long time? Now, I mean, if you can. So it's been a year, you settled, you have the access to the boxes and all of this. Can you find it now?
I would, cordially ask you guys to give me some time.
Yeah, and it is, yeah, I mean,
I'm of the opinion at this point that, I mean, at the very most, I would be willing to postpone this till the April meeting, but I'm kind of the opinion we should move it to hearing.
I agree. I have a concern about the products. We talked about that maybe last time, but can you tell us where your products are? Have they been destroyed? Do you know where they are? We're talking about paperwork, but I'm also concerned about the medication.
The medications have been returned
So you don't have any within your possession?
back to the pharmacy, and the controls have been returned back to the DEA.
There's no product in
No products.
in the space where the pharmacy was going to.
yeah, as I recall, like we asked him to return use authorized third party or company just to return, because you cannot send a control medication to DEA. You send a form to DEA, but
So-
medication should go to authorized company for destruction. And I hope he followed this order, because for public safety is more important than documents for now. We still need the documents. And it's do you have anything to
Yeah,
add?
Mr. Honesty, if I can speak to that. The DEA actually came in and seized all of the controlled substances. And the council did submit reverse distributor documentation. However, I have not been back to the facility to verify there are no drugs on site.
So it's not inspected
Correct.
after that. Okay.
Do we
Let's
have a
make me feel
motion
better.
or we just discussed? Okay, then I'll make a motion to proceed to hearing.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
And what remedy would you be seeking at formal hearing?
Revocation.
And this is for both the pharmacy permit and his personal license?
Yes,
In the alternative, would you accept a voluntary surrender?
I would.
My second, it still stands.
Any further discussion? I'm not sure if I agree with revocation, although I do have significant concerns.
It can be determined at the hearing.
It's
If we feel-
typically up to revocation. You still have everything
Okay.
underneath that you can exercise.
I just don't know that I want to go that far. Thank you.
I agree with you.
Go ahead, Dr. Gunn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Braswell,
Aye.
Mr. Thorwald,
Aye.
Ms. Nair,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley,
Aye.
Ms. Lehan,
Aye.
Mr. Dang,
Aye.
Mr. Al Nassif,
Aye.
Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
Ayes have it with one absent, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Gundy. I have a request for a bio break. Okay, and come back at 12:45 or 1. I'm ready to keep moving. Okay, break for lunch, come back at 1.
Excuse me, board, are we finished with ours? Are we gonna get a new?
Yes, the board council will be in communication with you.
Okay, very well. 'Cause- Okay.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Hope you had a good lunch. Dr. Gandhi, you want to take roll call to reestablish a quorum?
Certainly, Madam Chair. Mr. Braswell.
Here.
Mr. Thorwald.
Here.
Ms. Nair.
Here.
Ms. Davis is absent. Ms. Walmsley,
Present.
Ms. Lehan,
Present.
Mr. Dang,
Present.
Mr. Al Nassif,
Here.
Mr. Anderson.
Here.
One absent, the rest accounted for, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Gandhi. Let's continue on with 24 and then we'll go back to 12H. 24B, complaint number 22-0552, Fletcher Panacea. That's my fault. 24B. Ms. Brown, go ahead.
Good afternoon, board members. Jenica Brown, Executive Assistant to the Deputy Director. Fletcher Panacea was issued a non-resident pharmacy permit on July 22nd, 2022. It expired on October 31st, 2023. The permit is currently suspended. On or about September 22nd, 2022, board staff received an email from the Director of Inspections at the North Carolina Board of Pharmacy alleging that Fletcher Panacea may not have provided Arizona with an accurate inspection report. Board staff opened a complaint and presented this matter to the board during the October 2022 board meeting. The board voted to offer Fletcher Panacea an interim consent agreement for interim suspension of permit. Of note, the North Carolina Board of Pharmacy summarily suspended Fletcher Panacea's North Carolina permit on the same day. Fletcher Panacea entered into an interim consent agreement with the Arizona Board of Pharmacy, which became effective on October 6, 2022, and placed the permit on a suspended status. On January 4th, 2024, board staff contacted Fletcher Panacea to determine the current status of the business. No response was received. On January 17th, 2024, staff contacted North Carolina Board of Pharmacy for an update with regards to the permittee. After several months of attempting to connect, staff received a response on June 5th, 2024 from the enforcement manager at the North Carolina Board of Pharmacy. The information provided indicated that the North Carolina permit is still summarily suspended and the business is permanently closed. Staff performed a permit verification on January 14th, 2025 and verified that the permit in North Carolina is still inactive and summarily suspended. This case is before the board for discussion, consideration, and to determine how to proceed.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Board members, discussion.
Hearing none, I'm willing to make a motion to move to hearing for a potential revocation.
I'll second.
A motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. 24C, complaint number 24-0401. This is Kevin O'Neill, Juliana Vargas, Priscilla Romero, and Walmart. And Mr. Jacobson. Looks like, I think preliminarily the staff said that there may be a request to continue this.
That's correct, Madam Chair. There's been some new information that's been gathered from an employee that came off of leave. This employee was not directly involved in the complaint, but did have some information that seemed impactful to the complaint. I'm currently working on gathering all that information and will bring back the summary to the next board meeting.
Sounds good. So we'll go ahead and table that one. Thank you, Mr. Jacobson. All right, let's go back to 12H. This is complaint number 24-0481, Amanda McHale, Dignity LifePoint Rehabilitation Hospital, East Valley, and Margaret Scasada. I'm sorry if I misspoke there. I see Mr. Rain has joined us as well. And Mr. Hyber. It's a full house. If you guys want to go ahead and start by introducing yourselves while they get settled. Thank you.
Good afternoon. You have Michael Rang with Bozen and Snow, and with me is pharmacist Amanda McHale.
If you guys could please introduce yourselves too. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Marquis Stewart. I'm an attorney with the firm Coppersmith Brockelman, and I represent the permittee, Dignity LifePoint Rehabilitation Hospital, as well as its pharmacist in charge, Margaret Shatka, who is present today and seated to my right. On behalf of the permittee, we have Gregory Blackburn, who is attending remotely today.
Thank you. Mr. Hyber, if you'd like to go ahead and give us a summary.
Sure, Steve Hyber, Compliance Officer with the Pharmacy Board. Okay, so this complaint was first reviewed by the board back at our December meeting. And during that review, the board requested the inclusion of the permit holder as well as the pharmacist in charge as respondents to the complaint. To kind of walk you back to that December meeting, the complaint was received by our agency from a pharmacist stating that another pharmacist had made mistakes resulting in medication or alleged medication therapy errors. Additional detail concerning the complaint was obtained from the PIC and permit holder, and that information allowed us to kind of focus in on 4 allegations. And those allegations really at a high level are failure to discontinue duplicate therapy. That was the first one. The second 2 allegations were separate allegations, but they both involved dose adjustment. And the last one was an allegation concerning continuation of therapy, a notation made by the practitioner, I guess the treating practitioner, that the therapy should be continued, and apparently it wasn't continued, it was missed. So those allegations are all listed within your complaint packet. So that's it in a nutshell.
Thank you, Mr. Hyber. Mr. Rain, would you guys like to start?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, we've, excuse me, submitted a response addressing 3 of those 4. The 4th allegation, at least I don't believe we had notice of that, or we hadn't submitted any response to that in our initial response. We can do our best to talk about it today. Ms. McHale was here. We were expecting a conference notice due to some confusion on my part. So we are prepared to talk about at least the 3 of the 4 issues extensively with you. And she's here to answer any questions you may have. As she acknowledged in her initial response, there was a medication error for one of the patients. Patient had brought in their own medication, and there was a failure to discontinue an existing order that resulted in a duplicate dose. Happily, we're not aware of any harm that came to that, and Ms. McHale can discuss that with you, what happened that day and the changes that she's made in her practice, given that. 2 of the other issues relate to the dosing for vancomycin. Ms. McHale can talk to you about her thought processes, those 2 instances for 2 patients, and answer questions you have about that. She's done a lot of reflection about it, and we hope that we can have a full productive discussion today as to her matters so that we can reach a final, at least an initial final position for the board on how to resolve the case. So we look forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to add anything?
Yes, just very briefly, we'd just like to note that after the board discussed this case at its December meeting, the permittee and the PIC provided a letter to the board answering some of the questions that were raised during the December meeting regarding Ms. McHale's training, and we produced her training schedule as well. Ms. Shatka and Mr. Blackburn would be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Board members, questions, discussion?
I'm sorry, I'd just like to ask a pharmacist here. Yeah. Could you talk to us, just tell us your training experience there, and if you have any comment about this protocol?
Hi. I was trained by a few different pharmacists. They were either PRN or part-time with Dignity Health. Within the 2nd week of my training, I was left alone to be the staff pharmacist. I would ask questions for clarifications on procedures and protocols. And some of those clarifications I received were conflicting. For example, I would receive information from a part-time pharmacist, and then I would ask my supervisor and get conflicting information. So it made my training process inconsistent.
So I believe a hospital has protocol for, right? So, I'm sorry?
No.
Yeah. So just like, so for Vanco dosing, I believe there is a protocol for each hospital.
Yep.
Is that right? So were you familiar with this protocol? That's asking for you.
I was never formally trained on the protocol.
Okay.
Madam Chair, just for the record, I'm a Dignity Health employee, but I have absolutely no affiliation with Dignity Life Point Rehab Center, and I do not know any of these pharmacists.
Are they affiliated with Dignity Health at all?
Not
Or is
that
that a
I'm
separate
aware
entity?
of. No.
Okay.
So I'm not sure. I don't think our statutes like required training for pharmacists. Is that right? Only for technicians?
That is correct.
Also, I feel like the training you're saying you got inconsistent answers to, don't they have things that pop up on the computer that give you some type of prompting? Like, let's say it's a duplicate therapy. So that's going to stop you, and then you're going to kind of do research or, to kind of go with your training as well. And a continuation of therapy. Maybe I should just be saying, what are your thoughts? And can you go through kind of what your thought was on those type of things?
So for the first case, when the order of brand name Keppra was not, it was not discontinued. So I just want to give a summary of what happened in that first case. There was a generic order that I verified of Keppra, and I didn't discontinue the order. The patient's family later brought in brand name Keppra. So I went ahead and entered the orders for the brand name Keppra, and I forgot to discontinue the generic Keppra order. Because the brand name Keppra was under a non-formulary medication, I was not prompted by the system that there was a duplicate order. At my other rehab hospital that I currently work at, we do the process differently so that the system automatically does match up. And I would have been prompted that there was duplicate therapy.
What is the software that you use at your hospital? What software? Cerner? Is it a common thing in Cerner? This is like duplicate therapy for like home meds and
So
I'm not sure.
if a patient's own med is used during the course of the stay, depending on how it's ordered and entered into Cerner and what Ms. McHale has explained, there may not be that background check where it shows therapeutic duplication. It would require the pharmacist to understand that the brand name and the generic name are the same product.
Okay.
So Cerner does have sort of that limitation if it's a patient's own.
That's true. I have a question for Ms. McHale, though. How long have you been practicing as a pharmacist?
2 years.
So 2 years. Earlier, you had mentioned that you were trained by multiple staff. And as you know, vancomycin dosing, each facility has its own protocol. But if you are uncertain of the vanco dosing, there are numerous resources available online. There's no reason why you have to blame it on the trainer. If you're not sure or you feel that you need additional training, you can always self-learn. from the online resources. And looking at the narrative here, 3 mistakes associated with the Vanco dosing, to me, that's concerning. Especially Vanco is a very, has the potential of causing nephrotoxicity and ototoxicity. And one of the patient has high level of vancomycin, the trough level. So all in all, just looking at the narrative, reading the narratives, I'm convinced that you don't have the full knowledge of how to dose Vanco properly. And for you to sort of blame it on the trainer, I don't feel that is right. And it's not fair for the trainer.
Madam Chair, may I want to be clear that Ms. Michaela has never taken the position of blaming anybody. The questions about her training were prompted by boards. She was just asked the question what her training was, and she answered. But if you read her response, I mean, the response that we submitted was not about, I didn't know. I mean, we're not even been told by anyone yet that the Vanco dosing, was, other than conflicting with Dignity's policy, necessarily incorrect. I mean, one of the policies was to collaborate with other pharmacists. And in one of these cases, she did that. And the collaborating pharmacist had said, I think you're on the right path. And she moved forward. So, she definitely understands the importance of Vanco dosing. I just want to be clear that we have not been coming
Well,
in.
not to misquote her, but when you first wrote in to us about her first initial response, it was something about how she didn't get training and that everybody's allowed a certain amount of mistakes.
I did not write that.
No,
She wrote
she
that.
wrote
No.
She wrote
That's what's prompting our
Yeah. And,
questioning.
okay, I understand that. But in our formal response through council, we have, acknowledged the importance of the issues. She's also sought, and done her own independent review of Vanco dosing issues through, study. So I just want to be clear, she understands the importance of her own responsibility to educate herself. And we are not here today to point fingers at training.
Mm-hmm.
From Dignity's perspective, did she undergo the normal training process? Did she ever express any concerns that her training was not sufficient for her to adequately do her job?
Not to me, no. And I'm head director. I was head direct supervisor.
Thank you.
So I'm sorry. Just I discussed the training issue on previous meeting, and I totally understand that pharmacists it should be like, as you said, the law doesn't require pharmacist training, and I had a concern about those mistakes, a big concern. But however, from the training, I brought this reason because I don't want to put a pharmacist under stress. You know what I mean? When I looked at the chart, she got coached in the beginning of her employment because of allowing a non-pharmacy staff to get in. I mean, the reason I'm bringing this, I mean, if we don't want to stress our pharmacists, if you think this pharmacist is not qualified to do a certain job, just let them go. Don't set them to fail and cause harm. And that what's happened in this case is there's this 3 vancomycin errors happen because I don't know what's the environment there. I cannot speak on them, but I appreciate they report that. I mean, I will encourage all companies or organizations to report those kind of mistakes or happen so we can protect our public. And I just want to bring it to you, if in the beginning, I believe I was looking at the chart and so you sent her for retraining, and within her retraining, she did another mistake. So if you had a concern about somebody doing a certain job, which is the vancomycin, and she was under supervision for retraining, and she did another mistake. And that mistake went to the patient. So my concern is not about, you still have concern about her doing the job, but how would that happen that under supervision and retraining, the same mistake happened?
So the training program that we have available for all of our pharmacists includes, like Amanda stated, working with other pharmacists that have experience. Yes, they may be with us on as needed basis, but they are seasoned pharmacists. They actually work at Dignity hospitals, the sister facilities, either Chandler Regional or Mercy Gilbert. So they are very skilled in providing training specifically for vancomycin. They do a lot of those in the larger facilities that we would do in a rehabilitation hospital. So I wouldn't necessarily think that the training wasn't sufficient. I believe it was. As far as the training, when I saw that the training wasn't, not the training, that Amanda was making mistakes, we took her through the process of corrective action. There was several different occasions, several different things that happened to the point that we actually ended up writing a performance improvement plan. And Amanda was asked to provide in writing an action plan, how she's going to assure that medication errors are not happening in our facilities. Her focus was, instead of thinking through her actions and thinking what corrections she needs to make in her actions in verification of orders, it was more of feelings being hurt and not really necessarily focusing on patient safety. And that was my concern.
Thank you very much.
How long have you been the PIC there?
I started there in October of 23.
And how long have you been a pharmacist or a PIC?
I've been a pharmacist since June of 2007. I've been a PIC at several different facilities, a pharmacy leader, 8 years.
What made you report this to us? Was it her response? Was that what I'm kind of taking from what you just described?
I wasn't the one that made the report. Another
Okay.
pharmacist that worked with Amanda did that.
Okay.
Ms. McHale, it did seem like on your responses, like, or from the documentation of the training, that you weren't really receptive to feedback. Can you speak a little bit on the feedback that was provided by your supervisor by training the pharmacist trainers on how you incorporated that feedback into your work? Because it seems like there may have been an opportunity there.
I would say that I'm very receptive to feedback. I appreciated my supervisor bringing up my mistakes. I think that's the only way that you can learn from your mistakes and become a better pharmacist, is through learning from them and acknowledging that errors did happen. I take it very seriously. These are patients' lives at stake, and I take my oath as a pharmacist seriously. Since my time at Dignity Health, I made sure to take multiple continuing education courses on medication error prevention and safety, as well as vancomycin monitoring, to make sure that I'm versed on all of the topics to prevent errors from happening in the future, as well as patient safety.
Can you share with us the date of completion of the Vanco monitoring CE that you had done?
I don't remember the date. There were 2 different ones, but they were last year, and they were in the fall of last year.
In the fall of last year. So the reason I asked is because the first Vanco error happened middle of July. And then 2 subsequent Vanco errors also happened, repeated later in the month of August. So I wanted to make sure, why didn't you take the initiative and the motive of learning about vancomycin monitoring from the online resources right after the first incident that had happened? Why did you wait until fall?
So for the first vancomycin incident that happened, there was a discrepancy between what the patient was on prior to our facility. The patient was on 500 milligrams twice a day, and their trough was appropriate. The DPART medication list, which is the prescription orders that the doctor wanted to continue them on at our facility, stated vancomycin 500 once a day. So I remember questioning, is it supposed to be twice a day or once a day dosing? After looking closely at specific patient factors, such as the worsening of kidney function, the patient was elderly, the patient had a higher obesity status, those led me to believe that the specialist, that's why he wanted the once a day dosing. So I was instructed to defer to the specialists when they put in the orders. And that's why I continued vancomycin 500 once a day dosing.
You have neglected to pay attention to the timing of the draft when it was drawn. That is the key part. That's the critical part. The timing of when the draft is drawn play a big, vital role in dictating how the vanco dose should be done.
So the first trough that came back from our facility was an inaccurate trough because it was not drawn at the appropriate time.
And you did document that.
I
And-
did not do a good job at properly documenting it. I did not.
So all in all,
Yeah.
you had just admitted that you didn't do a good job in monitoring the vancomycin dosing that took place in July. Right there, after that incident had happened, you should have taken the motive to read more about vanco dosing, online resources. There's plenty of resources online that you can learn for yourself. And you do not need anyone else to train you. But you had failed to do that. And failure to do that had resulted in 2 more vancomycin errors happened in August.
So do you work in the inpatient now? Same setting, different employer. So and do you do any vanco dosing there?
I do.
Does any incidents happen since then?
May I ask, if you could please respond verbally?
Oh, sorry.
So there's any incidents happen since you?
No incidents that I know of.
So the reason why we asked other people than you, we asked the Dignity Rehab Hospital here, is because of your response and the potential that there was not proper training. I don't see that to be the case. So I'll start us off just saying that I would like to make a motion to dismiss Dignity Life Point and the PIC from this complaint.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thoughts on Ms. McHale?
Ms. McHale, Mr. Nassif was questioning a little bit about the security of the department. In the initial complaint, there was concerns about you allowing non-pharmacy personnel into the department. Can you share a little bit more about that?
There was a non-pharmacy staff member that came, and I was with them the whole time. I did not leave them unattended, and my supervisor was there as well in the room.
What was the purpose of them being there?
They had come to drop off an IV bag from the infusion pharmacy.
So it is support staff. It's not like family member or anything. It's support staff, like nursing or okay.
Ms. Schlotzka, is that accurate?
No, that was a courier that was delivering medication. He was not an employee of Dignity. And he came in second time. First time he delivered a medication. Second time he came back because he lost the paperwork that came with the medication and he was looking for that. Just for the record, I was in the pharmacy with Amanda at that time. I was supervising her. But I wanted to see, her actions first in place. And unfortunately, she didn't, in my opinion, act accordingly. That courier should have stayed by the door. And I interfered and interrupted, make sure that he did stay by the door so he didn't enter the pharmacy. And I looked for the paperwork for him. And then he left.
Ms. McHale, can you talk to us about what you've learned from this incident and what you're doing differently?
I have learned to slow things down and to focus a lot more on accuracy. I have taken the continuing education courses and I've referenced my notes for those regularly. Whenever I do make errors in life in general, I am very mindful of them and I take it very seriously.
Ms. McHale, just recall one of the statements you made in your written response to the board about you being a young pharmacist, and I'm paraphrasing here, and that because you're a young pharmacist or a new practitioner, you're allowed to make mistakes. Can you share a little bit more about that statement you made?
That was in response to the feedback that I got from my supervisor. Whenever I made an error and me and her discussed it, I was told and spoken to in a very belittling manner, and I was told that I am acting more like a student and I'm not a pharmacist, and I'm not acting like a pharmacist. And that was my response after being told that multiple times with different errors. My response was that I have been a student longer than I've been a pharmacist, and I am still learning, and I'm learning from my errors.
But you just mentioned that you're learning from your errors, but your action doesn't show us that though. If you have determined to learn from your error, like I had mentioned earlier, you should have been more proactive in reading more about vancomycin so that the two other subsequent errors would not have happened. But you have neglected to learn more about that on your own. So, Madam Chair, for Ms. McHale, since there are a total of 4 errors, and not knowing if patient harm had resulted from these errors, do we know? No harm for any of these patients? And Ms. McHale, you had completed how many CEs have you completed so far?
I believe 3 CEs for vancomycin specifically. I'm not sure how many hours.
Okay.
Were the med error courses separate from those? Sorry. So we don't have the hour totals, but I understand there's been 3 separate CEs on vanco dosing specifically, and then some additional more generic med error cases or CEs.
Okay. I know that vancomycin is a type of medication that requires close monitoring. And yes, she did make mistakes, but fortunately, no patient harm had resulted from any of these mistakes. It seems like she is learning from her mistakes, and I hope that this would be her lesson for the rest of her career. My recommendation or my motion is an advisory letter, just to warn her that she needs to take medication errors more seriously moving forward.
Second.
I don't know that that's consistent with what we've done before with med errors. I would like to stay consistent.
That's true, but there's no patient harm resulted from any of these errors.
I think we could memorialize it better with non-disciplinary CEs and count what she's
Okay.
already done, similar
If-
to what we've done
Okay.
in the past.
I would say count it if it's current. If they're like a year ago, as she was stating, then no.
Okay. Then I'll my revised motion would be non-disciplinary CE with 6 additional CEs on med errors, particularly vancomycin dosing.
And I modify my second.
Is there a specific amount of CE that has to be vancomycin?
Since
Can we do like 3 hours
3 hours
prevention and
CE.
3 hours vancomycin
That's
dosing?
fine. 3 hours of med errors prevention and 3 hours of vancomycin dosing.
Just small point of clarification. I understand that finding Vanco-specific courses wasn't completely easy. She's already taken some if they're too old, let's say over a year, and we don't want to count those. Just wanted to check if there'd be an objection to her retaking the same courses if she can't find more.
There's going to be many more new ones out there.
We can work to.
Mhm.
I do have just before you call for a vote, I wanted to just ask Ms. Schlotsko, were there any other concerns outside of performance with Ms. McHale?
I think majority of the concerns was just not taking med errors seriously and really not paying attention to her actions, as you heard me talking about the courier or the labels being tossed in the trash. I think that's the biggest concern that I have, is just really looking as a pharmacist, being the person that needed to be very mindful of what we dispense into patient, how appropriate it is in preventing errors, and working with interdisciplinary teams with the physicians, nurses to make sure that errors do not happen.
Thank you.
Yeah, my motion stands.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Do we need to define what current means? If it's within the last month or something, 2 months?
I would say even like the last 6 months would probably be appropriate.
Yes,
I
if-
mean, this has been going on for a little while.
Okay. Do you want to add that clarity?
So the Vanco, you're talking about the Vanco
Yeah,
CEs?
any of the CEs would want them to be current, but we didn't define what current meant.
So anything from January 2024 onward would be considered as current.
And these would be in addition to her normal CE
Correct.
hours.
Yes.
Madam Chair, if I may ask a question. Ms. McHale, are you signed up with CPE Monitor through NABP?
No.
Do we have a CE transcript? Does it matter, Madam Chair? Just to see if when it was done.
Do we want to take a break and run it really quick?
They have it up right now.
Oh, you have it up?
I would just,
We have Ms. Bolts come up to a microphone for the record. Thanks, Hannah.
There's really no concern on our end of retaking the courses for what it's worth. I mean, if she has to, it'll be a good thing. It's fine.
But thank you.
Sorry about that. What was the question as far as what you're looking for?
Cam was who asked for you to pull it up. Cam, what were you hoping to get out of it?
Just to see how current it is, so
Okay.
kind of put that to rest.
When was the Vanco CE completed?
The Vinco for patient safety was 10/24/24.
Okay,
Yeah.
it's current.
It's correct.
That's good enough.
So do we count it?
All right, let's just stick with 6 additional CEs, 3 med errors prevention and 3 new Vanco CEs, Vanco dosing CEs.
I just want to add one thing. I tried not to talk, but it just bothers me a little bit. I mean, you mentioned 2-3 times that we learn from our mistakes. Just our patients not like we should learn from mistake on patients. We have to be more confident. We have to make sure that we are the right people to do the job to serve our patients and people, right? I mean, it's not okay to make a mistake. We learn from mistake, but it's not okay to make a mistake. And I would just appreciate the hospital admin that reported this. So I'm glad you learned from your mistake. Moving forward, we don't want this happens.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. 3 hours patient safety, 3 hours in vancomycin dosing, total of 6 hours above and beyond normal CE requirements.
Correct.
Non-disciplinary. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
I'm not opposed. I just wanted to clarify. Now we're saying we're not accepting what's been done. We're asking for new. Okay, I just want that to be clear on the record.
Okay, thank you, everyone. All right.
Thank you.
I think we are to tab 25. 25A, complaint number 24-0171, Santa Teresa number 2 pharmacy. Is anyone present for Santa Teresa? Oh, hello again.
I have to do the walk up, so I have to. You have Michael Rain from Boson and Snow.
We're gonna get you some music or something. I don't know.
Right. Excuse me. I believe we also have owner Raj Shah. We weren't necessarily expecting that kind of dialogue today, but I believe he should be on the virtual meeting.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Shaw, if you're present, could you introduce yourself?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Board. My name is Raj. I'm
Thank
present.
Mr. Castaneda.
Good afternoon, board members. Ben Castaneda, Compliance Officer. So this is a follow-up to complaint 240171 from the previous board meeting in December 2024. At that board meeting, the board requested some additional information. After the meeting, Mr. Rain provided a letter on behalf of Mr. Shaw stating the pharmacy would not purchase, stock, or dispense any drugs or devices at this remote dispensing site. In addition, Mr. Rain stated that the remote pharmacy is still closed and will remain closed and does not have plans to reopen. He also included Mr. Shaw's wishes to surrender his DEA registration and Arizona Board of Pharmacy permit as a final non-disciplinary resolution of the complaint, and Mr. Shaw signed an attestation confirming those statements. I did follow up with McKesson, the wholesaler for this facility, and their wholesaler records reflect that the last invoice purchase was back in October of 2023. And then just a point of clarification on the initial summary, I had noted that CEO Carla Pudi and I visited the facility on 5/31, but it's actually 5/13.
Thank you, Mr. Castaneda. Mr. Rain, do you want to address the board?
Yes, thank you. Briefly, when we were last here, I think a lot of the end of the discussion after the conference was about the path forward for this remote location. The thought was going to be to, revise shared service, policies and procedures to make it a true remote pickup location and coordinate. And we were talking about the probation period that would exist to monitor that into the future. And that was the plan. I understand, essentially it all boiled down to just an inability to get staff. And so the decision was made that it just can't reopen and to permanently close it, reapply someday, maybe if there were an opportunity. So, you know, it kind of took a turn. So thinking about the future in terms of a probation, kind of, it seems moot now. And we believe that it's ripe for final resolution. I just wanted to reiterate a few points we had spoken about before, which I think everyone hopefully was on the same page. It was an honorable mission to try and serve these patients in these remote areas. There's complete acknowledgement that it was not operated consistently with the policies and procedures that would have had it be more of a true remote pharmacy rather than something less, a remote pickup location. There's also acceptance of the reality that it wasn't being documented appropriately, that the medications were being picked up from that location rather than the other location. So we definitely recognize the errors there. There was no allegation of any harm to anybody or any lost medications, things of that nature. And so, you know, the thought is turning in, you know, concluding it, closing it, because we know staff had concerns that it was an active permit and had an active DEA registration. So, you know, the thought is let's fully close it out and resolve the case now in more of a final resolution rather than something that would have looked into the future. And with that, we would hope that, you know, some sort of advisory letter into the file or other concluding documentation of the concerns it would be totally appropriate, knowing that this location is closing. And Mr. Shaw is here to answer questions you may have about the closing of the pharmacy. And yeah, we're just looking for a finality now.
Board members, questions, discussion?
So Mr. Rain, your client's asking to voluntarily surrender this remote pharmacy permit.
You know, there's some semantics associated with surrender. Usually a surrender is kind of like in lieu of a revocation. And when you go to boards of pharmacies or other professions, you know, sometimes you'll see the question, have you ever been revoked or have you surrendered in lieu of revocation? We've never understood the board to be at a point of a revocation. We were talking about a probation to monitor it. So the only concern I have with that question is, no, it's not that kind of surrender. It's more like a relinquishment. The reality is, yeah, they're ready to not have the permit to coordinate with board staff to surrender it, for lack of a better word. But we certainly don't want that to be reflected as though it was in lieu of revocation. If you're following me.
When does the permit naturally expire?
Give me 1 second here. So it's set to expire 10/31/25.
So you plan to just go through the closing procedure, all correct notification to close?
Yes, I mean, it is closed, has been closed for a long time. So we confirmed those facts for staff to make sure they had something in writing about there being no inventory there and all of that. And honestly, I may defer to the director. If a pharmacy just closes naturally and it sends in notice of discontinuance of operation, if we could go back in time, that's what we would have done at the beginning if we knew it wasn't going to close. So that's essentially what we'd be doing now, is telling the board staff, at least, that's one path, just as you would if you were closing a normal pharmacy and going through the normal closing procedures. And I honestly don't know what happens then if there was a life left on a license before it would naturally lapse, how the board does that mechanically, you know, inside the system. But that's basically what we're saying. It's closed. It's going to stay closed. You can take the permit. We can put a period at the end of that sentence.
I guess what I was thinking, if we gave you a letter of concern and then you decided to stay open after you said here that you were planning to close. So that's what my thought was.
Yeah. And I think in part, maybe that's why we had the signed statement from Mr. Shaw, at least for board staff to know, like, we are committing to this. No one's going to reopen. If we need any more assurances, we're happy to give them, because there's absolutely no intention of reopening.
Ms. Galvin, do you have advice?
I think I would like to make one distinction. to what Mr. Rain was saying about a pharmacy that may just naturally close and they may have time left on their permit. The issue here is that there was a pending complaint. And so it's not just kind of a natural closing. There is a complaint pending. And I don't know if the board cares to receive legal advice.
I'll make a motion for legal advice.
Second.
A motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Thoughts?
I think I'd like to make a motion. So I'll make a motion for a letter of reprimand. And noting that this pharmacy hasn't been operational for a while, then allowing the permit to close once the agreement has been signed.
I'll second.
A motion and a second. Any discussion?
Do you mean offer a consent for a letter of reprimand?
Yes.
Mr. Ray, did you have something to say?
Just 2 points of clarification. One is this is against the remote pharmacy permit. And then the second is if we can add to the motion, if not accepted, proceed to a hearing. Just because we've not done that sometimes, I believe we'll probably conclude the case as you're voting. But what I'd like to avoid is having to come back and say, hey, we don't want that. Can we now go to a hearing in a future meeting?
That makes sense to me. Everyone in agreement?
Should we add it to the?
Yes, I'll amend my motion to include that.
And I'll second.
All right. Dr. Gandhi.
Mr. Braswell,
Aye.
Mr. Thorwald,
Aye.
Ms. Nair,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley,
Aye.
Ms. Lehan, Mr. Dang,
Aye.
Mr. Al-Nassif,
Aye.
Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
Ayes have it with one absent, Madam Chair.
I know I had a request for a break, but I believe item 30A is related. Is that correct, Mr. Rain? Ms. Linson? Are you representing her?
She won't be present today. If you would like to take the break, I have no objection, but I'm happy to stay and do hers as well.
Everybody, do we want to continue or as people want a break?
Continues good with me.
Okay, let's do 30A and then we'll take a break. So Mr. Rain, Ms. Linson is requesting reevaluation of her consent agreement for continuing education.
Yeah, it was for disciplinary continuing education, and the request would be to reconsider the disciplinary character and consider non-disciplinary. I know you have the letter we wrote. I guess just the highest level points are that Ms. Linson been practicing pharmacy for 30 years. She's never had any discipline before. There's no alleged harm to any patients that have occurred from any of the issues in the case. I think one of the points of discussion during her conference was that there was a question, had you ever been to this remote pharmacy location? And she said, yes. And then there was discussion, well, you should have seen this or you should have seen that. So one point of clarification we made was she went once. This is on the Mexican border. She went once. She reported, maybe 15, 30 minutes. It was just a quick tour. She was only the pick for matters of weeks, not months. I mean, maybe it was up to 2 months of time total. When these issues were coming to light, the remote pharmacy location was already on the closing process. She understands, hey, you become PIC, you might inherit problems. Of course, there were issues at the main pharmacy location that any PIC is going to come in and look at how things are done. So, with that history, with no patient harm, with 30 years of an unblemished record, and with this just kind of unique circumstance of this remote pharmacy, we just hope that you might reconsider a disciplinary consent agreement for continuing education, given those factors. And that was the request.
I believe she completed her CEs, right?
She did proactively complete some intended to comply with the order.
Okay. So I believe this is, to me, like, I feel okay to move to non-disciplinary CE. From my perspective, she's been like 30 years pharmacist, long time, and the whole situation was really confusing.
I'm concerned about the precedence of that. I understand the mitigating situation though.
Do I have a second to Mr. Al-Nassif's motion?
I'll second.
So I have a motion and a second to move it to non-disciplinary. Any further discussion?
Are you accepting what she has completed already or no?
I can refer to our staff to look at it. I'm not sure because I didn't look at it. So it was 6 hours, right? The request for CEs? Is that right? I don't know.
Mr. Nassif, by allowing unlicensed personnel to access the medication without pharmacists being present, that is concerning to me, though.
Yeah, I agree. It is concerning to me as well. You know what I mean? But if you're looking at the whole thing, she did not like. She just came as a new pick, right? For you just to fix issues, and I'm sure she had a pressure from the owner. I mean, I agree. It is concerning. I agree. She violated the law, right? But considering the 30 years of practicing pharmacist, and she admitted that she, you know what I mean, like she made these errors or these mistakes. And the whole concept of remote dispensing pharmacy, I can bet you like it's confusing to a lot of pharmacists, right? What's the law, what we can do, what we cannot do. It's like pretty new concept for our state, maybe like few years only here. Is her responsibility to understand where she assigned to, what she's managing. I totally agree with that. But considering like this year's of like service as a pharmacist with no discipline, with no concern, me personally, like I would see it will not cause any harm to public, like keep this pharmacist with no disciplinary action. I believe this is from my perspective, is a good move.
Well, I agree with you that the concept of remote pharmacy is pretty new in our state. Because it's new in our state, we as a board, we need to strictly enforce the law. And I understand she has been practicing as a pharmacist for 30 years. That's more reason for her to understand that the laws, she need to strictly abide by the law. I just don't, my fear is that we make any adjustment to this case that would set up a poor precedent for later cases.
So I rescind my motion.
I'll rescind my.
Do I have an alternative?
My motion is to deny the request.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Dr. Grandi, you want to take roll call on this one? Because I don't. Oh,
Mr. Braswell,
Aye.
Mr. Thorwald,
Aye.
Ms. Nair,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley,
aye.
Ms. Lehan,
Nay.
Mr. Dang,
Aye.
Mr. Al-Nassif,
Nay.
Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
Ayes have it, 2 nays, Madam Chair, and 1 absent.
Thank you. We appreciate the time.
Come back at 2:15. welcome back, everybody. I think we've got everybody. Yep. Let's go to item 25B. People are already here, so that's great. Complaint number 24-0419. Daniel, how do you say your name? I'm sorry.
No.
Low?
No.
No. Okay. If you want to please introduce yourselves for the record, both of you.
Chairman Walmsley, members of the board, thank you. My name is Courtney Sullivan with Boson and Snow. I'm here with my client, Daniel No, who is present and to my right.
Mr. Jacobson, if you could give us a summary.
Sure. Max Jacobson, Compliance Officer with the Arizona Board of Pharmacy. Pharmacist Daniel No was terminated from his position as a pharmacist for filling a fraudulent prescription. Pharmacist No stated in a written response the patient was a longtime friend that had health issues. Mr. No performed all of the steps to fill and dispense the prescription. Moreover, Mr. No admitted to not following up on the prescription or questioning it in any way and providing early refills. He admitted the prescription could be fraudulent, but since he knew the patient, he did not verify it. He also admitted there were several red flags, and in his professional opinion, he knew they could be fake. And he stated, "I did not do my due diligence in processing the prescription and helped to facilitate the fraud."
Thank you, Mr. Jacobson. Ms. Sullivan, Mr. No, would you like to respond?
Thank you. Members of the board, the matter before you presents a unique set of circumstances involving several pharmacists, and it's unlikely to occur again. My client's taken some corrective actions that he will address with you when he provides his statement to ensure that a similar situation does not occur in the future. These prescriptions were not solely filled by my client. They were filled by several other pharmacists as well. And only through the lens of time could these red flags and concerns be spotted. There is no known maximum dose for Lasix. And based on my client's knowledge of this patient's background, he believed that these prescriptions were appropriate and authorized at the time. After you hear from my client, I believe that you will agree that there's no risk to the public and this situation will not recur and dismissal is appropriate. So I'd like to turn it over to Mr. No.
Thank you, members of the board, for your time and the opportunity to address myself. I have happily and proudly served as a pharmacist for over 7 years, driven by the passion for direct patient care. The Hippocratic oath that I swore on guides me to serve, protect, and respect every patient. Applying the knowledge and skills I've gained and continue to develop, it also inspires me to uphold a higher standard for my own personal care, own personal conduct. Excuse me. I understand that practicing as a pharmacist is a privilege and not a right, and with that comes with great corresponding responsibilities. From the first moment that I wore my white coat, I conducted myself with respect for the profession. Over the years, I have professionally processed tens of thousands of prescriptions with care and accuracy. I took pride in taking the initiative in addressing fraudulent and illegitimate controlled prescriptions at my previous pharmacy. These incidents led me to thoroughly scrutinize drugs with high abuse and high diversion potential. By upholding healthcare values and adhering to good practices, I helped reduce the problem and protected the community's health rather than turning a blind eye. The situation I face before the board today has taught me that there are outliers who are not addictive or dependent on controlled substances, and that a person's behavior, rather than the drug, can be unpredictable. There is no available literature on the addictive nature of furosemide, nor is there a set maximum dose, and dosing regimens are highly individualized. I never imagined being involved with a fraudulent furosemide prescriptions, and certainly not from a former friend that I've known for decades. The patient shared to me while we were in high school over 20 years ago that she had quite a few health struggles, including symptoms and complications related to her kidney issues due to being born premature and requiring occasional dialysis. She often seemed physically ill and endorsed that her condition required her to have her take water pills to help alleviate her water retention issues. She had shared all this information long before I chose a career in pharmacy, long before she even had a reason or incentive to share it. The prescriptions I received for her years later aligned with all the longstanding knowledge I previously had acquired from her. Today, she is a highly respected, highly ranked employee at a Fortune 500 company, and her significant wealth allows her to choose any healthcare provider wherever she wants. Additionally, her husband, a renowned physician, could provide immediate answers to any medical questions he has on demand. I had no suspicion on the legitimacy based on my knowledge from her. However, I failed to recognize that the furosemide prescriptions I had filled were fake, and there were other pharmacists within the facility that dispensed the medication that also failed to recognize it was fake. I would never willingly engage in such actions, as they contradict the oath I swore to protect the health and the well-being of others. I believe that I was handling a legitimate prescription for a valid condition, but I was deceived. I was in shock and in disbelief when the investigation team first notified to me that the prescriptions were fraudulent. Overwhelmed and still trying to process that friend's deception, I admit that I was not in the right state of mind, especially given the circumstances that I was about to welcome the birth of my first child in about a month. The investigators blindsided me after being falsely accused that the patient did not even exist, and then being accused of being a accomplice to an unethical scheme. I was overly anxious, overly agreeable, and unaware that I was being subject to various interrogation tactics during the investigation, which led me to suggest the prescription could have been altered. Being accused of overlooking red flags is extremely painful for me, as I did not intentionally ignore them. I did not recognize the early fills, and my previous employer did not have a system to flag them. Unlike the system I use now, I am more vigilant to early refills and scrutinize each and every single prescription, not just controlled substances or those commonly known with potential of abuse, as I've discovered that any drug has that potential. I relied on my professional judgment based on prior conversations and my more recent follow-up questions about her dosing regimen, along with the supplemental information she provided to me about a rare genetic disorder that caused her electrolyte abnormalities. I have learned the importance of not taking situations at face value, and when necessary, verify medical conditions with physicians to maintain the clarity of my professional judgment. Furthermore, I will never again process prescriptions for anyone that I feel could potentially cloud my professional judgment and hinder my abilities, especially friends or anybody that I feel like I have a personal connection with. I would never knowingly put any patient at risk. I strive to be both proficient and compassionate in my care. I understand that illness can deplete both the mind and body of patients. As a dedicated pharmacist, I aim to support patients on their path to recovery while ensuring optimal and safe health outcomes. In my 7 years of practice, there has never been another complaint regarding harm to a patient. I love this profession, and I take great pride in the importance of my duties to maximizing patient wellness. I have always held myself to a high standard. However, since the incident, not a day goes by that I'm not consumed by the humiliation of failing up to the values of our profession. I want to apologize to the profession for the mistakes I've made and for the time and resources spent on this matter. I'm deeply remorseful for my actions and hope to continue to practice in the profession that I so dearly love and take great pride in. If permitted, I will continue to serve the public to the best of my abilities, striving to optimize outcomes for every patient. I have taken personal steps to correct my actions, such as evaluating all prescriptions for abuse potentials, checking all prescriptions for early refills, and when necessary, confirming medical conditions with physicians. And I also monitor for other suspicious patient behaviors when necessary. I look forward to taking your questions about the situation.
Thank you, Mr. Nolan. Thank you for your contrition and true what seems like remorse for this incident. I really appreciate the level of thought that you put into your statement. So thank you. Board members, questions, discussion?
So you said in your statement that you overlooked some red flags. So what kind of red flags that you didn't pay attention to?
So it wasn't me just ignoring the red flags. Yeah. During the investigation, I was extremely nervous, and I just wasn't really thinking clearly, and I mean, I couldn't recollect a lot of things that I knew. I couldn't rationally think. So I felt like how the investigation went, they led me to believe that I was ignoring a lot of
Okay.
red flags.
Just want to make sure that,
Yeah.
so you wasn't aware that it's fraud prescriptions.
I never thought it was
You
fraud.
just dispense it and happened that patient is a friend of you, so you were accused as you knowing it was a fraud.
That's
and-
correct.
okay, just to make sure.
Yeah,
okay.
I want to clarify that I initially, when they asked me, what do you think about the script? I never admitted that it was fraud or thought it was fraud or didn't think, I didn't mention that it was going to be, I'm sorry, let me rephrase that.
Yeah.
I'm a little bit nervous.
No, it's fine. No, I mean, I got your point. So thank you
Yeah.
very much. Thank you.
Can we have Mr. Jacobson weigh in as well? I feel like kind of things are being said about you, so I want to give you the opportunity to speak as well.
Sure. I think if you go to
I think
page,
that was their investigator. I think it
It
was
was
the Walmart's
all
investigator.
of my language was based on their termination interview, which I think is what he was sort of speaking to in his last statement. If you look at page 4924 of your board book, that's where all of my language has come from.
I have a question for Mr. No. According to the timeline of the prescriptions, of all these fills, how many of those fills were done by you?
I would say most of them, probably 90%. I didn't fill them, but I did dispense them and verify them for her.
Okay. And you mentioned earlier that there's no max dose of Lasix. That is an inaccurate information. According to the packet insert, it's like 600 milligram per day max, according to the manufacturer. Just FYI.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. No, I've got a question. So
Yes, sir.
in the termination paperwork, it says Mr. No accepted the prescription from the patient during hours of closure, apparently during lunchtime, or appears to be during lunchtime.
Yes,
And the activity log that Walmart provided shows you dropped, inputted, 4-point checked, filled, and switched to cash, visually verified, and video shows you doing all this, including register involvement.
That's correct.
Is that typical? And because to me, it doesn't sound like it would be. And why did you do that?
So this wasn't one-time thing that I did, and it's not something that was out of the ordinary. As I've stayed late for patients, I've helped patients throughout lunchtime to sell medications or when necessary, just filling the whole entire process so they can get the medication if they're in a hurry or they can't come back or it's an antibiotic that I feel like they need right away. I mean, it's not out of the ordinary. I've even stayed late for like 1 to 2 hours after closing to help patients get insulin when they just got discharged from like a hospital where if I didn't do so would have an unfavorable outcome. So I thought this situation was no different. I mean,
As follow-up, how did Walmart's surveillance, their intelligence detect that this was a fraudulent prescription?
they called the provider up to see if it was fake or not, and they confirmed that it was fake.
They as in who?
I'm sorry, Walmart did.
So, not a registered pharmacist? Why?
Okay.
I'm sorry, I don't know that he's able to speak to Walmart's investigation directly, but as we understand it from the report that Walmart provided to the board, it appears as though someone on Walmart's staff contacted the name that was listed as the prescriber, and they indicated that prescriber was no longer in practice.
I guess my question is, do you know how it came to Walmart's attention to do the due diligence that you didn't do?
Of course, I'll explain that. So on basically on one of the last fills, I requested the medication to be filled for the patient because I was meeting the patient and I just wanted to make it easy for her to pick up the medication since I live near the area versus her living all the way in Paradise Valley. So I thought that it would be, I didn't think it was a big deal. So I texted my technician to see if he can get it ready for me. And the pharmacist on duty that day said that he didn't want to fill it, which I thought was initially odd. However, when I reread the text on why he didn't want to fill it, he said it was really early, like a whole entire month early, which, you know, I thought was a warranted reason and a reason for concern, which I didn't realize it was so early. And after that, he thought it for some reason he thought it was actually an illegitimate prescription. I didn't. If I had known that it was, if I had known that he had any questions in terms of legitimacy, I would have spoke to him clearly. So he thought it was illegitimate. So he called the district manager and followed up, and he said that I believe in this the statement or whatever he said stated that he thought I was working with the patient and changing the dates and putting the name on the scripts or.
As far as Mr. No knew, all the only thing that the pharmacist told him was this refill is early. In the background, other things were happening, and that pharmacist that looked at the prescription was contacted Walmart authorities and escalated the incident. Mr. No only realized that the prescription was trying to be refilled substantially early.
So,
I have a question to that. Mr. Jacobson, on page 4902, can we take a look at this? Because it's saying some of these dates here, and then at the opposite side, it says the number of refills. Now, were these only filled for 180 on each of those days, or were all of those refills filled as well? Or is there somewhere else where it states that so I can understand better?
What page are you
how
on?
much was 4902? So I can understand better how much was actually given, if it was 180 like every 3 months, or if it was significantly larger quantities than that. They're 180, 3 months supply, but that's what I was.
Can I just ask, please, if you have comments to make sure they're on the record?
Sorry.
So everyone can benefit from your thoughts. Thank you.
It says a date on the RX. I believe that's the date is written to my, yeah.
Yeah, so I think, and it's been a while since the packet's been put together, but I think that was the amount of refills that were on the prescription. And I do believe that further in the packet, there is a dispensation history of when those dates, what refills from each prescription were dispensed on what dates. I'm flipping through, but it's a substantial packet.
Thank you. That's what I was trying to find.
It's just like about fact of when you help friend as a pharmacist, I can see people stay within lunch or stay late. I mean, I can see it, you know what I mean? I don't help my family member, but that's kind of put you in the risk of kind of this situation, right? So in fact that I usually like feel like he's, I mean, for me, I already have a motion unless somebody have any comments.
I have a couple of comments that I would like to make too. As the public member, even I know that these are huge quantities and that this can be very dangerous. Also, if there's not the potassium associated with it and the potential for drying out the organs, I would even be red flagged at looking at this amount. It's just, to me, overwhelming, and the level of dosage for each one at 40 mg and the quantities. I personally cannot see how a pharmacist would not be red flagged by looking at that quantity.
Mr. No, 180 tablets, are these for 3 months or 1 month supply?
So based on the directions, it was twice a day. So looking back in hindsight now, I could see that it was a 90-day supply. But for me, just dispensing it for so long, I really thought that the 360 was a 90-day supply. And that was basically just not being able to detect that, unfortunately. And it's a big disappointment.
I don't think there is rules about early refill. There's any rules I'm not aware of about giving early refill.
That didn't play into this into this complaint at all, the early refills?
So, yeah, I
Was
mean,
it through insurance though? I would guess that there.
yeah, that's a question for him.
No, it wasn't. So
She's a cash pay.
I initially ran it through insurance, and she requested to be run as out of pocket just because, from what I remember, it wasn't that much of a price difference. It was pretty marginal. So it sounded plausible because, I mean, she is from Paradise Valley. Even though her work was near there, she just wanted to save a trip, and her time was, you know, more valuable than the actual money, is what she told me, which sounds,
Do you feel like your relationship clouded your judgment in this case?
I think so, unfortunately. I mean,
I think it was his relationship and the extent of that relationship, the long history that he had with her, and the knowledge of her health issues that were different.
I mean, to Kevin's point, this is a high dose, but it's still within the max dosage range. Even if she was using all of it, it wouldn't have necessarily caused her harm. You had unique knowledge of the patient. I think he was probably blindsided a little bit by her thinking she's a pharmacist, she has a physician that's a husband. I appreciate those additional details. I don't think those are things that we knew initially when we saw the complaint, but
Yeah, I mean, I already have a motion. I move for advisory letter for him.
I have another question.
Yeah. Sorry.
Do you know now what furosemide could be, diverted for?
now,
you could use your microphone.
I mean, I've asked many pharmacists. One pharmacist suggested that it could be used for like weight loss or maybe like an eating disorder, but I can't confirm that. I can't confirm that.
So, it is well supported in the literature. I mean, you can do a quick literature review and find that it's used to mask drugs, performance enhancing drugs.
So for that, I mean, she's never mentioned anything about using recreational drugs or anything like that for me to suspect that she could be taking it for, sports or masking like a illicit drug or anything. I didn't think she was going to be using it, anything like that. No, it wasn't even anything that I would suspect for her based on the history that I knew about her with her renal condition.
So we had a motion for an advisory letter. Do you have a
Advisory
second?
letter.
I'll second. A motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Well, my concern here is he repeatedly although I understand that the dosages are within range. That's not from the safety perspective, that's not my concern. But one thing that makes me feel uncomfortable about this case is he repeatedly overrode the early refills without the acknowledgement of the physician. So that is clearly, he's playing doctor. Does that make sense? So he went ahead and filled prescription without acknowledging, without notifying the physician. Not only one time, not only 2 times, almost 10 times.
Yeah, he's a playing friend, not a doctor, basically. Like,
Well-
making favor to a friend. So I know the concern, you know what I mean? Like, I know the concern about this. I totally agree with that. And that's why I'm giving him advisory letter. Otherwise, I will move to dismiss.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Do you want to do a roll call? Because I don't.
I think it may be best, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Mr. Braswell,
No.
Mr. Thorwald,
Nay.
Ms. Nair,
Nay.
Ms. Walmsley,
Aye.
Ms. Lehan,
Aye.
Mr. Dang,
Nay.
Mr. Al Nassif,
Aye.
Mr. Anderson.
Nay.
Motion fails, Madam Chair.
To have an alternate.
My alternate motion would be a letter of reprimand. Because as we all know, as pharmacists, we are not allowed to fill any prescription without the acknowledgement of the physician, period. I mean, you have to communicate with the physician.
This is not only the case in community pharmacy. I mean, if a patient, it's not controlled medications, if a patient asks, that's when you use your clinical judgment, right? And maybe he had a poor judgment, clinical judgment about listening to a friend, which is I disagree with what's happened there. But pharmacists can use their clinical judgment. If patients come to me, say, I want my 6-month supply, I'm going out of town, right? I mean, I might call a doctor, I might not, depending on the situation.
Totally
right?
agree,
Yeah.
but this is 10 times,
Correct.
repeatedly. I agree.
And
Clinical judgment,
but this-
vacation request, yes, but not 10 times.
And this is not clinical. I mean, he doesn't even know the patient's condition. He
Mhm.
didn't explore the patient's condition. So he's not making a clinical judgment.
Correct.
He's making a judgment to support his friend
Correct.
for convenience.
Correct.
Respectfully, but there were also other pharmacists that were involved that believed that refills were appropriate other times as well.
And another one who appropriately flagged it and escalated and noted the concerns, which is why we're here today. And he's no longer employed by that permit holder. So fortunate we had that pharmacist who identified it.
Okay, so we had a motion for a letter of reprimand.
Letter of reprimand.
Did I have a second? A motion and a second. Dr. Gandhi.
Mr. Braswell,
Aye.
Mr. Thorwald,
Aye.
Ms. Nair,
Nay.
Ms. Walmsley,
Nay.
Ms. Lehan,
Nay.
Mr. Dang, Mr. Al-Nassif,
Nay.
Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
Motion fails. It's a tie.
Do I have a,
This is why we need a night member.
do I have another alternate motion?
If I could offer a suggestion for non-disciplinary continuing education.
I will do like I will consider as an error. I will order. So I move for 3 hours of law. Okay. Non-disciplinary.
Think ethics might be more
I was just
appropriate.
gonna suggest that.
Okay, 3 hours CE of ethics.
I'll second.
Non-disciplinary.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Dr. Gandhi, let's do roll call.
Mr. Braswell,
No.
Mr. Thorwald,
Nay.
Ms. Nair,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley,
Aye.
Ms. Lehan,
Aye.
Mr. Dang, Mr. Al-Nassif,
Aye.
and Mr. Anderson.
Nay.
Okay, tie.
Same place. Motion fails.
I move for disciplinary CE.
Do I have a second?
Just I.
As long as disciplinary, then I'm okay with
But
that.
let me. I have one question. Do you think that he was aware of was fake prescription? That's what. Do you think? Or I mean, the concern is about the prescription itself, or about dispensing early? What's the concern here?
Madam Chair, if I may feel that, would the judgment have been different if it wasn't his friend? Maybe
Yeah.
that's how we have to look at it, right? So I don't know.
Yes.
And I
Yeah,
feel like
that's a
we
good
can look at things from this spot and we can see things so clearly and he can answer things back so clearly when sometimes looking back at it, that is not necessarily what you can see at the time when you're doing it.
And the other thing that is my kind of distinction here too is he had a unique set of knowledge about the patient and the patient's family. The patient was a pharmacist. The patient's
I'm sorry, she was an executive. Her husband was a physician.
okay. The husband is a physician. I thought she was a pharmacist as well. I don't know. I just feel like it's a unique circumstance. I don't know. I don't know that I can get behind discipline, regardless of what the terms are.
So in my
personally.
opinion, as a friend, if she's my friend, more reason for me to advise her that, come on, I'll do this for one time, but you know that you have to take the medication correctly because this medication can damage your kidneys, can have multiple other long-term side effects. So even as a friend, that would force me to be more careful when I make any overrides in the system. Make sense?
I think where Mr. Braswell was going is something I could definitely
Yep.
support.
As long as it's disciplinary, I'm okay.
I
Mr.
second his
Braswell
motion.
made a motion. Okay.
Sorry.
Second. Roll call.
Go ahead.
Have the number of hours or the topic.
I think he just moved the non-disciplinary to disciplinary ethics 3 hours, I believe.
Correct.
Right.
Okay, Mr. Braswell,
Aye.
Mr. Thorwald,
Aye.
Ms. Nair,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley,
Nay.
Ms. Lehan,
Nay.
Mr. Dang,
Aye.
Mr. Al Nassif,
Nay.
and Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
It's 5-3, Madam Chair, ayes have it.
Thank you, Dr. Gandhi. Thank you for being present. Okay, let's go to 25C, complaint number 24-0470, Santa Cruz RX.
Ms. Nair, thank you for recognizing Max's, I guess he felt a little uncomfortable with, so thank you.
Hello, Mr. Castaneda.
Hello again.
Go ahead.
All right, so this is complaint 240470. It's a continued discussion about Santa Cruz RX Pharmacy. The complaint was opened up against this permit for prescription or veterinary forms on their website bearing the company's logo. During the October 2024 meeting, the board requested further information about the pharmacy's website and links to the veterinary order forms. I did have a conversation with Representative Santa Cruz RX on 11/19 and asked for more clarification. The company confirmed that any links to the previous online forms are no longer active. In addition, they confirmed that the veterinary profiles for this website do not have any links to any of the previous online forms.
So just to clarify, there is no more forms on the website because we've gone round and round on this one multiple times.
Not that I could find, and I checked again last night.
Thank you. Board members?
I believe what we've done in the past is a letter of concern. And then we've allowed them to correct it. So we have allowed them to correct it. So I'll make that my motion as a letter of concern.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you. That takes us to 30B as in boy. Complaint number 24-0168, Harriet Reed. Welcome. If you could please introduce yourselves for the record.
Harriet Reed.
Ryan Grease, Papa Program Director.
Jim Corrington, Papa Counselor.
Jenica Brown, Executive Assistant to the Deputy Director.
Thank you. Ms. Reed, I believe you're before us today requesting termination of your suspension.
Correct.
If you could tell us a little bit about how you're doing and what you've learned.
Yeah, so first, thank you for allowing me to appear before you today. I've asked for the reinstatement of my license. Currently, I'm participating in the PAPA's monitoring program and have maintained compliance in regards to my contract requirements. I've welcomed the support of the PAPA staff and the other participants in the program. My commitment to the profession is one of the highest priorities for me. So during my suspensions, I've had time to reflect, and that that all this time that I've been in this profession and what I've worked to achieve, that it can just be taken away so easily, and it's not worth it. I've maintained my scope of knowledge by reviewing different disease states
while on my suspension, attended webinars and conferences. I've actually considered residency and applied to a couple programs. And then also my passion for pharmacy goes back to high school. And the past 10 years, I've been employed with a local tribal community where I found my drive to serve the Native community there. And if it wasn't for the staff there, the pharmacists there to see my potential, and they've actually encouraged me to go back to school, and I was able to obtain my PharmD. So I can do more and be part of this ever evolving profession.
Thank you, Ms. Reed. Ms. Brown, is she in compliance with everything we've asked?
Yes, she is.
Is there anything from Papa that you've would like to add? Are you in support of the lifting of her suspension?
She is fully compliant with her PAPA contracts and obligations. She's still early in the recovery journey, but we are in support of her request.
Yes, I want to duplicate that, and she's doing a fantastic job, shows up with a positive attitude, takes direction and suggestions, and she's really responding very positively to the monitoring program.
Ms. Reed, you said you've graduated from pharmacy school
Yes.
while you were in the program?
No, I graduated in May of 2024.
Okay. And have you started taking any of your exams?
Yes, so I've taken both NAPLEX and MPJE and passed both.
Okay, great. Congratulations.
Okay.
Go ahead. Questions?
So I moved, I have no question. I just moved to approve the request.
Second.
A motion.
If I may clarify, you're going to move to lift the
To
suspension.
lift this, yeah.
So is it followed then by probation?
It's gotta be.
Yeah.
Yes. I just wanted that.
You have to do like, just, yeah, okay. I keep my, my motion.
So the motion is to lift the suspension and
suspension.
move her license to probationary
Probationary,
status.
Yeah. Should we say how many years or just,
I think it's already a part of the contract.
is it
isn't
part
it?
of the contract? It's standard? Yeah, okay.
It follows recommendation.
And it will convert from the intern license to the pharmacist license automatically?
I don't believe she's applied for pharmacist license. It's still an intern, right?
Correct. Yeah, because of the whole process, and I had asked the staff if I can apply for my license back then, but now because I haven't been working, I've had the suspension going. I've been running low on. It's really not my budget right now. So once I get back to work, then I hope to apply for the pharmacy license. So with my first paycheck back.
So you'll understand that when that happens, this probation will carry over.
Yes.
Yeah.
We clear on the motion?
A second.
A motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Glad to see that you're doing well. Best of luck to you.
Great. Thank you for the time.
All right, that takes us to tab 31. Dr. Gandhi, let's get started with your report.
Thank you, Madam
It's
Chair,
long.
and majority of my discussion is informational. Few things that I'll ask your permission to move forward on, but majority of it is informational. First agenda item 30A1 is the auditors are back, the Auditor General's office. This is our sunset review. They had reached out to us just a week or so prior to the holiday season in December, and gave us a pretty strict deadline to submit everything, and we kind of negotiated some leeway as it was the holiday season. Jennifer Gale-Navong spearheaded taking on this enormous project. Thank you. We submitted about 750, 800 pages worth of information. I didn't put that in your packet, but I did put an itemized list of exhibits and their titles in your packet. I don't know if you have the bandwidth to read 800 pages of exhibits. But nothing for you to do right now. Just know that they're here. We may reach out to you. We may reach out to you, but just know that. Next one is 30A2. complaints dismissed through executive director authority. We're trying a new process since the authority is given to me to dismiss complaints that fall into our grid. From last board meeting to now, we have dismissed 143 complaints. Some stem for just customer service related matters to time and time it takes to fill a prescription, so forth. And I think bulk of it was customer service, I believe. But 143 is a lot of effort put in by board staff to even do a basic investigation. That takes up so much time. So we continue to think about ways to not eliminate those, but to redirect some of that effort to where we have jurisdiction. So we continue to think about that, have discussions. So we'll see what the next think tank comes up with. But 143, that's a large amount of complaints dismissed. Next topic, 31A3. Non-disciplinary civil penalties. We had issued 15 of them since the last board meeting. Again, that takes a lot of effort. We do have a grid process behind it all. Rather than burdening you with it, this is the process that we've kind of initiated. I think we discussed it at the last meeting. But 15 orders were matters that would have come before the board, and the outcome would have been the same. So it does take a little pressure off of you guys, kind of takes a little pressure off of us to agendize it. But we're making efforts to streamline processes. 31A4 is the next one. We've been talking about pharmacists and graduation and how many are enrolled and so forth. And for a number of years now, the attendance has been decreasing. In many schools, you have 100 seats open, 100 people apply, and they all get in, right? So I think right now the schools are starting to see the effects of enrollments going down. And at the end of the day, these schools also have to be financially supported. And since they're not getting the students, they're making decisions to close some of the schools. We've been notified of 2 schools that are closing here in the near future. Husson, I don't know if that's the right way to pronounce it, but Husson College of Pharmacy in Maine is closing. Their class of 2025 will graduate, but the future classes will be diverted to University of New England to finish out their curriculum. And then University of Charleston in West Virginia, the class of 2025 and 2026 will proceed with their coursework at that university, and then the remainder will be assigned to another university, and they're still, I believe, working on those reassignments at this time. I also hear that additional schools will be coming down the pipeline as this continues to grow until there's some sort of catalyst that sparks pharmacy again, and we'll see attendance. It's always a pendulum, obviously we're on one side of that equation, and it may swing back at some time in the future.
The good news is the enrollment rates are up just a hair for this year, which is the first time that that's happened since before the pandemic. So hopefully it means we've hit the bottom.
We can only hope. Any questions on the 4 subject matters so far? Next one's been a hot topic over the months. Is the FDA has clarified policies for compounders related to GLP-1, tirzepatide being one of them. And the message that the FDA put out is, and I'll just read it verbatim, is for state licensed pharmacies under Section 503A. They are giving a deadline to continue compounding for tirzepatide until February 18, 2025, I believe. And then for 503Bs, it's a little bit extended further than that till March 19, 2025. As they've deemed that tirzepatide is no longer a shortage situation. Next on my agenda is, and maybe we'll come back to this next one, as I may require more discussion. I'll jump to 31A7. The 2025 legislative session, the bills posted and proposed bills amendments being considered as, there is a list, an Excel spreadsheet in your board packet that was uploaded about a week ago. There have been movements for the bill since then in the committees that they've been assigned. Some bills still have not been assigned. They have until next week to be heard, and if they haven't been heard by next week, that bill will fail. We have one bill that hopefully is going to be heard next week. More to come on that. You've had the chance to review that bill, and I think we have a consensus from the retailers and AZPA on that, and an agreement to for them to support that bill.
That was the board's bill.
That was the board's bill.
Senate Bill 1396.
Correct. I did give you links to my tracking sheet, so you guys should have access to it if you want to stay up to date on where those bills are. Chair and vice chair will continue to direct me on any decisions they have on the bill so that I can make a position with the legislators. And they have been monitoring it and entered their thoughts. Any questions on any particular bills?
Any discussion on it? There's a lot here.
There is a lot. There's one that creates a little heartburn. I have a call tomorrow, stakeholder meeting with the senators that are supporting it. Is House Bill 1235. What that bill does is it realigns the board members to more public members versus more professional. So less professional members, more public members. And many executive directors have concerns with this bill. I think many boards have concerns with this bill, as there is a challenge in filling public member seats as it sits today. Expanding that role is going to be even more challenging. There are boards today that have challenges with quorum, and they're not able to. And imagine when you expand it to public members. I think, as you guys recall, we had 2 public members recently prior to our fantastic ones that we have today. But the comments were they couldn't contribute, or it was a little too much for them. Pharmacy is pretty dynamic, and to grasp and control our meeting, take grasp of it is challenging, and it takes the right individual to understand it. The way the bill is stated, it would take away that professional aspect as we kind of oversee compounding, hospital, community, long-term care, assisted living, nuclear farms. It goes on and on, right? And to limit it to 3 professional members would be very tough to explain to the public members what's happening and to make informed decisions.
Well, and I just think about the complexity of our profession. I mean, even in the cases that we've had today, we all have our own unique set of experiences and things like that. And we all bring something to the table with as many types of things as we deal with. So I think, I don't know, I can't speak for every other professional board, but I think that the wide variety of perspectives is certainly important with ours.
Dr. Gandhi, with this bill, does that mean that the total number of board members will go down, will go up to 8? Because it's saying that 3 pharmacists and 5 public members, so that would constitute.
And then 1 technician.
Oh, 1 tech. Got
Yes.
it. Thank you.
That's not changed. They can't go down to half a tech or anything.
They might.
So that's going to remain the same.
Mr. Gandhi, what's the reasoning behind that bill?
You know, I'm still trying to grasp that concept, and hopefully tomorrow I'll understand it. This bill was proposed also last year, and it failed. But I think it's stemming from the dental board issue that we've had from North Carolina.
Yeah.
And the senator that's running it is claiming that there may be an FTC issue, Federal Trade Commission, or something that professionals are making decisions in their own space. So there may be some sort of conflict. I mean, obviously, we've had our attorney generals look at our processes and stuff, and they're more outside attorneys rather than internal attorneys. And if we were violating any statutes or playing favoritism and supporting the profession, I think they would be in a position where they could slap our hands and put us on course. many agencies across the country, their attorneys are employees of the board. That may be an issue, that may not be. I'm not a legal person, so I can't address that. But the situation with the dental board in North Carolina, they didn't change the composition of their board. It's still the same since that event happened. And you would think at ground zero, they would have taken more aggressive actions, but that's kind of where it's coming from.
Do you see any thoughts or thinking that companies are favoring things that, let me rephrase that the people that are being represented on these boards, they do things that might be in favor of their companies not being taxed or not being fined or things like that? Is that part of what these people, what the senators, members of the House are thinking?
That hasn't been brought up in a discussion. I think that's why the conflict of interest that we take so seriously at the beginning of the year is very instrumental. Obviously, we're monitoring conflicts of interest during meetings as well. I may nudge you during a discussion with the matter before you and saying, hey, this may be a conflict. You may want to recuse right in the middle of the discussion. So we do monitor that, and that may be favoritism that could be perceived or not perceived. That's my job and Jen's job and the attorneys that are here. That's their function to monitor those things.
I would just
that hasn't come up.
Okay.
But I don't know if I can't speak any more on that.
Just for the public record, I would like to say that I've been on this board a while now, and I've served on other boards since 1999. And for instance, I'll just use this board as an example. There's so many different technical aspects, from compounding to hospitals to et cetera, that I certainly, as a public member, a non-professional, would not have a clue at how to make a reasonably to understand the nuances of the situation. If there weren't people representing all of those, I cannot see how this board would function properly. I have to listen and hear what everybody else is saying to really comprehend things better. Then I can make educated comments and take educated positions from it, in addition to the reading that I have to do with that. And I cannot see where I'm on the Oil and Gas Commission, and you need to have geologists and other experts in different areas to do that. I don't see how boards and commissions could function properly. I can see where there might be a few where that would work, but I think there's across the board that would do a lot of damage.
I think the board as a whole feels the same way, Mr. Thorwald, and the other boards as well. Some other concerns that are of discussion is licenses not proof of citizenship. Obviously, Title 41 requires that the boards only license people that are authorized to work in this country. And removing the MVD, Motor Vehicle Department, from removing that requirement would create an additional burden on our board to validate that they're authorized to work in this country. Additional documents need to be gathered from applicants. So it would create an unnecessary burden. Just having that checked up front it saves a lot of time for many agencies and boards. Some other ones that are questionable is mental health inquiry prohibition. I think we had a NABP presentation on this, and I think there's some federal guidance or even regulations out there, rules out there that state how you can ask that versus how you shouldn't ask it. And I reviewed our question on our application. I believe we're asking it the right way. I did send that presentation that we had to the House Health Committee as they discussed this bill, and hopefully that makes an impact on. Obviously, it's very important because the health professionals, the suicide rate is higher than the average profession, and then pharmacy is even higher than that. So, and we're kind of putting a loaded gun in a pharmacist's hand if we're not asking the question: is anything prohibiting you from doing your job, or are you being treated or whatever? So our question is appropriate with national standards, but we'll see where that bill moves. I think the last one that's kind of heartburnish is legislative ratification. This bill actually failed last year. It was on the ballot also, and it failed in the ballot. And now it's up again. So if there's a regulation, a rule packet that the board's right, and the cost to industry is 100,000 or 500,000 over, I think, 5 years or something, that has to go back before the legislator for ratification before it can be enacted. I don't know if that necessarily makes sense. Obviously, the role of the board is to protect the public and not necessarily look at, and they do weigh in the expense as it may hinder progress, but it's factored in, and then that's not necessarily our job. It's to protect the public. We also have that safety mechanism that GERC reviews our rules package before it becomes effective. So we have two safety nets, the board and GERC, that's supposed to do their job. And then now they want to add another layer, which necessarily doesn't make sense to me, but it's a third attempt to make this happen, so we'll see where it goes. Any other bills that kind of draw your attention that I can address? I'm sorry, there is one more. There's timeframes on complaints. And that also died last year and the year before. And I think they kind of diluted that message a little bit where it says if it's not a public endangerment, those complaints should be handled within a year. But if we're always handling complaints that are not of public safety concerns, it continues to push back the complaints that are public safety concerns. That's a concern as well. Questions?
So for that last one, they're not giving you a timeline on when public safety concern complaints need to be completed by, just a timeline for the other ones.
Yes, and the ones from last year and the year before, they wanted actually all complaints to be adjudicated within 6 months. The concern with this language is, there could be delays. It could be on our side. It could be on postponed or tabled on the other side. And just our normal course of action. If we open a complaint today, it's got to go through a complaint process. And if there's more questions, it's got to go through a conference. And then if nothing comes to a conclusion there, and then goes to a hearing. Just by that timeline, it could be 6 to 8 months, right? Just normal course of action. And then when you talk about some of our complaints that we have, we have to reach out to not only the pharmacy, but then the insurance carrier and multiple different sources, wholesalers, and the volume of data we get is phenomenal. And to break it down so that you guys can digest it takes more time. So these timeframes on complaints, obviously, if we were adequately staffed, would be not a concern or a topic of discussion, but
I think though, even with the continuances and things like that, I mean, there are certain circumstances that, we would be put in a pickle where if somebody was sick or whatever, that would we be moving forward on an investigation that we didn't even have all the information based on a timeline?
Exactly.
Also, I've heard you say this, and I'll repeat it back. It's the cases that are more difficult and the worst actors that take the longest for us to look into. So what repercussions would we have at that point? If it takes longer, do we open another complaint?
Yeah.
What are we able to do?
Yeah.
Putting us in a bad position.
No, I agree with you. And that is, I think, the position of chair and vice chair. And so we are going to be challenging that legislation.
The straightforward cases usually go pretty fast.
Yeah. But even with those, it might be, I just retained an attorney today. I need to postpone it till next meeting or whatever it is, right? And
that's really the right thing on both sides, right?
Yeah.
So that we don't have additional costs later and the respondent doesn't have additional costs. So
exactly. But those delay, I don't want to call them tactics, but those types of delays are not even itemized in these bills so that it's factored in to why it may take longer, right? So it's just 1 year, and if it's not dealt with, you dismiss it. And that doesn't make sense. So I think those are the high-level bills that are of concern. There are a lot more other bills that we're tracking, as you can see. And if you have questions between now and the end of tomorrow, please let me know. Any questions so far? Next topic, 31A8, is an update to give you guys. I think there's been concern about companies distributing, manufacturing prescription devices. And we've been trying to, I think Mr. Thorwald brought this up many moons ago, and we've been trying to create awareness. I've been working with Corporate Commission for quite some time. They have today a unique process where they kind of rubber stamp applications unless there's a concern that just slaps them in the face. And it doesn't happen that often that they get slapped in the face. They are working on a new database. So I had a discussion with Senator Mesnard regarding this. He had a stakeholder meeting. I wanted to run a bill, but I think that bill might not be necessary at this point. Corporate Commission is rolling out a new database that might say you're applying for this, you may need this kind of situation, which is kind of a cool database that they're creating. So at this point, it's a wait and see. So we'll see if that works out as they've committed that it will work out that way. So that may create some awareness as people apply for medical devices. They'll prompt them that they'll need a pharmacy permit as well or something to that nature. Until that rolls out, my understanding is Corporate Commission is supposed to create a splash page that, hey, even though you're applying here, there may be other permits you need. So you need to do your due diligence and researching. So. Last thing before we go into our board schedule is the annual NABP meeting is coming up in May. And the reason I put it on the agenda for today, we still got several months, but NABP will start sending me letters about who's your delegate, who's your alternate. So if we can choose a delegate and alternate today, it would help me facilitate me in filling out that paperwork. I don't think we can wait till April to make that decision.
I'm planning to go. I don't know about anybody else.
If no one.
I think that the concern with Mr. Dang and Ms. Lehan and
May not be board
Ms.
members.
Nair, yeah, that's the challenge right now. So I'm not sure if it's of value to appoint any of those three until we know more.
Which month is it on May?
It's in May. It's about mid-May-ish.
Yeah, like what's that, Trig?
I am going, I didn't attend that. I'm planning to go.
So
Do you
we
wanna
need
be the
a delegate and an alternate delegate. The job of the alternate delegate is to keep the delegate safe and healthy.
Bodyguard?
Bodyguard.
Trig, do you want to do it this time?
I mean, yeah, I do it.
I mean, you don't have
Say
to.
with assertiveness.
I do it.
Yeah.
I'll
What?
nominate Tariq to be the delegate.
Second.
And then
I'll
alternate.
nominate Lori or Miss Walmsley to be the alternate.
All right.
Do we need to decide who's going to get the comp registration?
It'd be helpful, yes, so I don't have to flip a coin later, but yeah.
I've already registered, so I don't need it. Unless we want to, unless there's another board member that wants to go that needs a registration, I don't know. No?
Anybody?
I went last year and I was the scholarship funded delegate, and I appreciated it. But I didn't have sponsorship from my company to go. So
What days in May is this?
It is
Look, it's 31A9.
13th through the 16th.
Thank you.
I mean, I'll take it. I'm sure I can request a refund. If you don't
Okay.
need it, Tariq. Are you already registered?
No, just, but that can be funded by mine.
I
Yeah.
can go if I'm
And
still
if
on the board.
Somebody else, Jeff, if you want to go.
Yeah,
you're
do you
more
want to go?
welcome to.
Do you want to go, Cedar?
She doesn't know if she'll.
If I'm reappointed.
Well, that's what
Are
we're
you up
waiting
for
on.
appointment?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
So we have
Unless you wanna go.
Jeff, Les, or Frank, if you guys want to go.
I would like to go, but I can't. I have an oil and gas meeting that overlaps in Oklahoma.
I'll take the registration, Kim,
All right.
and I'll figure out the money with NAVP. It's cool.
Sounds good. Thank you. I think we'll circle back to our agenda item that we've missed. There are some conflicts that are coming up in April and potentially June, for one for Lori and one for Jeff on the current schedule. So I wanted to open it up for discussion. I know as we were discussing this in our pre-meeting session, that notices may have already gone out, and that may pose a little concern for the April meeting. Thoughts?
I had proposed to that we move it a week later to the 23rd and 24th, but I understand if there are issues and we can't do it. I just may have to miss one or both days.
There were 2 hearings that notice were given for, but it's so far in advance, we could send out a corrective or change of date notice if the board does need to move the meeting.
Jen, do we have anything on our end that we've sent out? 8 complaints that have gone out?
I certainly could do the 23rd and 24th.
And if it's too big of a hassle, I mean, I'll try and make it the work. I just don't know if I'm going to be able to make it work with my work schedule. But I will try my best.
Okay. How about June, Mr. Anderson?
I would propose the following week for my availability if I'm needed, for the 25th and 26th of June, if that would be agreeable.
I can't do that, but I'm one person.
Same, so you can keep it.
I think the only concern that I may have, and I'll have to circle back on the 8 complaints noticed in the 2 hearings, we'll talk about that here shortly, is we potentially may have 3 board members coming on board, potentially, right? So,
Yeah, which was my concern in missing the April one, because I think that's probably fairly likely that that will happen.
so your potential for April is missing 1 and maybe 2.
Might be 2 days.
Might be both days. Okay.
I'm gonna try my best. I just have a lot of conflicts that week.
So you're looking at 23rd and 24th, Madam Chair?
That would be better for me.
Okay. Let me circle back. Can we bring this back up tomorrow morning?
Yeah.
And so I know what's on the table, which is 8 complaints potentially, and then 2 hearings. Maybe we'll regroup, talk about a game plan, and see what we can do, and we'll resume this discussion tomorrow.
That's fair.
And then we'll talk about the June one as well. Okay, Madam Chair, with that, I'm done with my report.
Thank you, Dr. Gandhi. Ms. Cannavong.
Hi, good afternoon, board members. Jennifer Gelnavong, Deputy Director. So I just have a brief presentation on some updates we've made to the website. We have members of board staff who maintain the board's website, and the team has come together to put together a few updates. The first being some resources for substance use, addiction, mental health, treatment, and recovery We discussed these resources a few meetings ago, adding these to the board's website. So there are resources on here for treatment programs and monitoring programs, as well as those for additional support. We also consolidated the way that the board's statutes and rules appear on the board's website. These used to be split between about 4 different links on the website. Now, if you go to the resources tab, it's the first link in the dropdown. It's Board of Pharmacy Statutes and Rules. And there is a single page where you can access all of the board's relevant revised statutes, the administrative code, and a summary of statute and rule changes. And all of this information was previously available on the board site. This page also includes a notice of final rulemaking when the Arizona Administrative Code has not yet been updated with a final rules package. So that information is meant to kind of bridge the gap between a final rules package going into effect and the Secretary of State's website being updated as far as the administrative code goes. And then finally, for the last several years, we've kind of posted a quick reference about the continuing education requirements for each renewal cycle. We do have them posted for 2025 for pharmacists and technicians. Again, all of these resources can be found in the board's resources tab by hovering over it and just dropping down to the appropriate link. That is all I have. Are there any questions on the website updates? Great. So in the past, I've presented data on compliance and licensing team activities. I'm actually going to hand this over to my colleagues Truman Leong and Hannah Bolts, and they'll be presenting that information to you.
While they're coming up, I just want to say I'm looking at it right now and it's really helpful. It goes directly to the state link.
It's much easier to navigate. The other one, that was hard depending on your browser and all that kind of stuff. So thank you.
And I think we had an outdated version before, so it's good. We have updated. Thanks.
Truman.
Hi there, members of the board. My name is Truman Leong, Chief Compliance Officer, and I'll be happy to help provide some metrics and reports for the 2024 calendar year for compliance officer activities. Also, a recap of December 2024 numbers and January 2025. I'll try to be as quick and concise as possible. I know it's been a long day, and I want to leave some time for my teammate Hannah, but please do ask any questions. So starting off on page 5785 of your board book and slide deck number 1, you can see that the compliance officers had completed in 2024 1,300 total inspections for the year, primarily being community pharmacy inspections, followed by hospital inspections, and coming in close second and close third are opening inspections for new facilities, as well as collection receptacles. And just a little bit of background, collection receptacles are basically authorized DEA sites where they have drug take-back bins where patients can safely take their medications for safe disposal of controlled substances and opioids. So we're seeing a little bit more of that. And then in December 2024, we did a total of 50 inspections. I'll pause for a second if there was any questions. Heading into slide deck number 2. We have total number of violations in 2024, 141 by the compliance officers. Top violation was regarding controlled substances audits. Usually that's common pitfalls are May 1st annual inventory either not being completed or not being completed on time. And usually controlled substance record keeping, either invoices incoming, destruction, salvage returns, return to stock, general record keeping that may cause variances to the audit itself. Other violations that were in the top are counseling, usually record keeping, and expired drugs. Moving on to the next slide deck. This is a summary of total number of permits that were visited without an inspection. So the most common example would be if a facility is requesting a compliance officer to go on site to have questions in regards to expectations for meeting certain standards and compliance requirements. I think maybe a good example is a large 503B facility would ask a compliance officer if they're having large remodels in multiple phases, what type of compliance requirements need to be required and maintained throughout that process. So that would require the compliance officer to go down, maybe help provide some of those expectations and feedback, and wouldn't perform a full-on inspection. And want to move to the next slide. So here, the same compliance officers that are performing routine inspections are also performing and having to wear other different hats, and they do a lot of investigations, as well as continuing education audits and permit reviews. So in 2024 calendar year, compliance officers had actively investigated 471 cases, and they also had completed 465 case investigations. Those are completing your packets that you see in the board book, the documentation, the investigation files. Compliance officers had also completed 508 CE audits or continuing education, as well as 303 permit reviews. In December, they had completed 220. Next slide deck, please. So now we're heading into 2025. We have data metrics in January. Starting off pretty strong, compliance officer had completed 117 total inspections. Something that was an uptick was NABP 795, which is non-sterile inspections, as well as NABP 797, which are sterile inspections. The twist on this one is that because VPPs are performing the inspections with their own inspectors, our compliance officers are only shadowing these visits for independent observations at this time, until we know we can have other established rules and regulations surrounding the newest revisions. Were there any questions there? Moving on to the next slide. We have a total number of violations in 2025 for January. The top one being expired drug, mechanical counting device and storage counting devices, and training, it looks like. 10 total violations in January. And next slide, please. This is 2025 for January for permits visited, not inspected. Something that is helpful to point out for the board is that compliance officers were asked to verify if permits that were not renewed in October 2024, if we haven't received any communication or we could outreach them via email or phone number, if they had no response, we had asked the compliance officers to go on site to see if they were still in business or if they had closed without notice to the board. Something a little different there for January. And final slide deck. Here we have January 2025. Compliance officers had initiated 38 investigations, completed 42, completed 81 continuing education audits, and 22 permit reviews. And that's the information I have based on the metrics. Were there any questions there? Okay, I had one last thing. That would be tab 31B II3, if that would be allowed to speak on that. So thank you very much. Just real quick, wanted to congratulate a new compliance officer that we had hired. So beginning January 6, 2025, we had hired compliance officer, pharmacist Norma Beatriz Fuentes. So congratulations to her. Her name, preferred name is Bia. And the listed territories are in your board packet on page 5793, but also available on our Board of Pharmacy website for reference. So congratulations to her.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Does that bring you to a full staff now?
Yes.
According to
Yes.
our budget, at least.
Yes, correct. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Next up, Hannah.
Hello, everybody. Hannah Bolts, Licensing Division Manager. First time I spoke today, I think, maybe, or well, a couple times. All right. So this first slide is
the year of 2024. This is the number of licenses, registrations, and permits that were issued. So year to date, you can see we have quite a lot of people who got their pharmacy technician trainee registrations. Now that the requirements for that have been changed, it's a very common application to see, and we're seeing a lot of them. So hopefully this can help bring more technicians into the field in the future. Just really quickly want to give a shout out to my team. They're really doing a fantastic job. We have a small team, but they're very mighty, and I'm very proud of these numbers that I can share with you. Totals for the year 2024 was 7,420 licenses, permits, and registrations altogether. So very, very great job, guys. Next slide. This slide is the number of closed licenses, registrations, and permits in 2024. You can see in November, there's a very large amount, 2,080. That's typical because our renewal period is between the beginning of September and the end of October. So that's the reason you see so many in November. December, those numbers is probably mostly made up of interns and trainees whose licenses just expired. Trainees get 36 months and interns get 5 years, and they can always apply to extend their license for a 6th year. Next slide. So this slide is for the number of technician trainees who obtained licensure as a pharmacist. So basically we took our records, I'm sorry, what did I? I'm sorry, trainee to tech. So a trainee license or registration to a pharmacy technician license. We basically just run the numbers of who had a trainee license or registration and then who now has a technician license. You can see December was pretty low. That's typical. That's our slow time of the year. People are doing other things. But it's pretty great to see that all of these people got their trainee license or registration and then decided they liked the field and continued to go on to the next phase and become licensed. Next slide, please. So this is a snapshot of our pending applications. So there's different days on this spreadsheet. For December, in December 2nd, 2024, we had only 8 pending pharmacist applications. So that means that somebody applied and they hadn't had their application processed yet. It was just they were waiting. And then also what you can see is the oldest pending application in business days. So in December, you can see the oldest pharmacist application was only waiting 3 days for us to take a look at their application. So really excellent turnaround time for my team. Like I said, they're doing an awesome job. Next slide.
Anna, hang on a second, if I can. I think one of the concerns we're seeing with pharmacists now is since we gave NABP the authority to release them to test, they're filling out all the paperwork on the NABP side, taking the test, and then after they kind of get the results of their test, they apply with us. And then they'll call me and say, hey, I just passed my exam. When am I going to get my, well, you just applied yesterday. So it's going to take some time, right? So we kind of anticipated this to happen, but the volume of applications we get in comparison to those kind of situations is insignificant. So we manage those, but I do want to share that with you that we've anticipated this to happen and it is happening, but with a very small percentage of people.
Thank you. Yeah, that feeds in really nicely to the next slide, honestly. So,
well, the licensing timelines, the oldest pending license, I think should be commended. I mean, this is much different than it was 2 years ago. That we heard a lot of noise from the public. So for the public, the average time, if you look at all of the categories, it's 4.8 days. So if a completed application is submitted, it's taking no longer than 4.8 days from the time they get it to the time that it's processed. So that's pretty amazing considering they issued, what did you say, 7,000 licenses?
Yeah, 7,460.
So kudos to the team for that. And I think it's been a great
420.
improvement.
Thank you. Did he get to the? Oh, yeah. So this is a slide for in-progress applications. This is year-to-date in-progress applications. So you can see pharmacists are really high up there. There's like almost 250 in-progress pharmacist applications. And that means that we're waiting on them to complete their application. It might be that they're missing a fingerprint clearance card. It also might mean that they haven't passed their exams yet. So we really encourage people to wait until they've passed their exams to apply with us, because if you apply like a month before you graduate, you might not be able to pass your exam within the year that you submitted your application. Your application becomes invalid after 1 year, you lose your application fee, and you have to apply again. So it's really in everybody's best interest that they wait until they have all of their requirements completed and then they apply, because as you could see, it's not taking that long for us to get to those applications. Manufacturer applications are this most high application type that are in progress. Hopefully we can start helping our applicants out and helping them out with maybe getting more clarity around the application requirements. We do have the application requirements listed on our website. For licensees, we have lists of acceptable documentation. Those were recently updated to hopefully be a little bit more comprehensive and understandable. So if you have questions, please feel free to peruse our website. Send us an email, give us a call. We're happy to discuss any kinds of questions that you might have about submitting an application. It's also, our website has really improved over the last couple months, so urge you to take a look at that. Alrighty, next slide. So now we're moving on to January of 2025. So this is year-to-date totals of 2025, so just January. As you can see, we had a lot of pharmacy technician trainees. 250 registrations issued in January alone. We got 23 pharmacists. That's really awesome. So some of those might have been people who waited to apply when they were ready. And then some of those we were waiting months for them to pass their exams. And then once they passed, then they got their licenses. Next slide. January 2025 closed licenses and registrations. You're really not going to see a lot of closed licenses or registrations outside of November. Most of these are interns and trainees whose licenses and registrations expired. So those individuals, they don't stick with the October expiration date. They stick with the date that corresponds to the date they were issued their license. Pharmacy technician trainees who obtained licensure as a pharmacy technician, there was only 11 in January. Probably because of the holidays, it's a slow time of year. I expect to see that we'll get a lot more of those. Pending applications, next slide. Sorry, next slide. I forgot to tell you to skip the slides. There you go. So pending applications, I chose February 5th. So these are the numbers from February 5th. We had pending applications 125, 53 of which were pharmacy technician trainees. And the oldest application in the queue was for a wholesaler. It was at 22 business days. You can see pharmacists were at 4 days. We didn't have any interns in the queue. Pharmacy technicians and trainees, there was only 3. Not very many manufacturers, a couple medical gas or durable medical equipment. So we're still staying on top of those numbers that you saw in December. Next slide. So this is the in progress metrics for February 5th, 2025. There were 136 in progress pharmacist applications. So again, those are incomplete applications. They either didn't provide a document on their application or they haven't passed their exams yet. And oldest application is a pharmacist. It's at 173 business days. Again, pharmacist applications are invalidated 1 year after the date they were submitted. So it's really a great idea to apply when you have everything in order. And I believe that is all I have for you. Does anybody have any questions that I can answer?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Were there any outliers in your numbers?
I mean, the outliers are the pharmacists that are really high in the queue.
But I mean, other than that,
I don't think so. That's a really good question. Maybe I need to take a deeper dive into the data and I can give you an answer next time.
nice presentation.
Okay.
Great job. Thanks, Anna. Mr. Scavarla.
Good afternoon, members of the board. I got a tough act after everybody else here, so better step up my game today. I have a little slide deck. What we're going to look at today, and I try to do this at the beginning of every year, is trends in dispensations of controlled substances. And this is what I share a lot with this information with public health. The first slide here, what we're looking at is total controlled substance dispensations. And what you see is the trend has been about the same since 2019. There's about 8.8 million controlled substance prescriptions dispensed in 2024. That's an increase of 3.7% versus 2023. And that's an increase of 1.1% since 2019. Next slide, please. This slide's looking at total opioid prescriptions. So first one, all controlled substances. This one, just opioids. And what you'll see is there's about 3.5 million prescriptions dispensed in 2024. That's an increase of 1%. Year over year and a decrease of about 12% since 2019. Next slide, please. We're looking here at benzodiazepine prescriptions, and that's we're looking at about 1.45 million prescriptions for benzodiazepines. It's a 0.1% decrease of flatline versus 2023 and a decrease of 12.2% versus 2019. Next slide, please. We know that when patients are on overlapping benzodiazepines and opioids, there's an increased chance of overdose. This is a metric that we provide to CDC often. What you can see is what we're measuring here is patients on both. And from 2023 to 2024, there's a decrease of 2.2%. Since 2019, a decrease of 16.2%. Next slide, please. This slide looks at stimulants. And what you see is that's been climbing. In year over year, it's almost a 10% increase from 2023 to 2024. And that's a 36% increase since 2019. Next slide, please. So when we see something going up, everyone wants to know what's causing it, right? And so I wanted to give you the top 5 stimulant prescriptions that are being dispensed, and there was over 1 million prescriptions dispensed for a form of Adderall, about 360,000 for methylphenidate, 270,000 for the lisdexamfetamine, about 266,000 for phentermine. And then the last one was just 56,000 prescriptions for generic Vyvanse. No, it's not Vyvanse, that's Focalin. Next slide, please. Buprenorphine, it's a drug that's discussed a lot with public health today, and it's the drug of choice to help treat those with opioid use disorder. And from a public health standpoint, we're always wondering, do we have enough providers that will help prescribe buprenorphine? DEA eliminated the X waiver in hopes that that would create an increase in prescribers that would be willing to write for buprenorphine. What you can see from 2023 to 2024, there's about a 12% increase in buprenorphine prescriptions. And since 2019, that's over 36% increase. Next slide, please. This slide looks at androgens. And what you can see here is that has been increasing in 2023 to 2024, a 14% increase, 46% increase since 2019. Next slide. This slide might be a little confusing to you, but what this looks at is the way that practitioners and pharmacists are querying the PMP. So I talk about how we help integrate the PMP. And when you're integrated, you search the PMP through what's called the gateway. And when you're not integrated, you use the portal called Aware. So what you can see is, in general, the trend is a decrease in the use of the portal and an increase in the use of gateway. That's what we would hope to see. That's why we spend as much energy as we do trying to help integrate. So just wanted to give you a little visualization of that. And finally, total searches of the PMP. And you can see that of 2023 to 2024, we had a slight decrease in the number. Our vendor had trouble getting us data 1 month, and that may have played in, but it's pretty flatlined right there with the total number of searches. So I'll stop there and ask you guys if you have questions.
Great presentation. Just I have a question.
Yes, sir.
So there's some increases and decreases, and we know the population changes. Is there an opportunity to normalize the data instead of the raw prescriptions, to look at it as a percent of the population, so that we can see, how many Arizonans are taking or prescribed and dispensed opioids, or something more in relationship to looking at a different denominator?
What would you propose? And the reason why I ask is the data we get is the data that comes in from the pharmacy.
Right.
So if it's a required field to be reported to the pharmacy, we can pull that data out. We can work with it that way.
I guess I would look at population for the state of Arizona for 2019, and and then use the data that you have and then divide it by that population.
And would you want it by county? Would you want, that with our data, you can do a lot of things.
Yeah.
But this is all Arizona.
Right.
I just presented.
I think just the state to start looking at it.
Yeah.
I believe like was here, trying to look at like when you see 1% increase in opioid use, right? But we have like Arizona an increase by 10%, for
Right.
example, number. So basically we have decrease in prescribing opioid.
Right.
That's
So the
what-
population increase in the state is greater than the rate of increase in the prescription.
Understood. Understood. Yeah.
Couple questions.
Yes, sir.
Disinformation that's on the internet about drugs, about inoculations, number of inoculations, and illegal drugs, prices, that kind of thing that are used. Is there any data out there about those things and how that may correlate to other data?
Well, I'm going to go with the easy answer, and Miss Galvin's going to tell me this isn't agendized on here, so I'm not sure that that's something I could speak to. But I.
The reason I was asking that question, all this data is great, but it seems like some of that other data would even be more beneficial to correlate that with the data that you're presenting to see if those things how those things may affect this data and use of a particular drug or less use of a particular drug. Or
what would we be looking to correlate? But because this is
I'm not sure at this moment, but I would need more time to think about it. But that's where my thinking was going.
I'll tell you where my thoughts go. My thoughts go that overdose data tied to prescription data can tell a story. And you can see what a patient's history was while on medication. And then if we have information about overdoses, linking those two things together, I think that's meaningful work. The challenge is I don't have overdose data. I am in talks with Department of Health and counties. Like, how can we get that data? And we all work through the statutes we have with privacy around data. But that's a goal of mine, is to link those data sets. I'm not sure if that's on the same page or not.
The only other data that I would think that would be beneficial, not yet here, but for instance, that you used in other states, is how much medications have been able to be repurposed. And I saw some stats earlier from other sources about that type of thing.
The challenge is the data I have comes from prescribed. Nobody's required to report to the PMP what's repurposed.
Yeah, Mr. Scavarla, if I can jump in, the CSPMP captures controlled substances, and I think repurposing excludes controlled substances. There's no way to capture repurposing of data using that database. And to your first question, are you asking correlation between illicit drugs in comparison to prescription drugs?
Yes, because our prescription drugs, I'm going to go back to the days that I was at the Justice Department. I remember sometimes there being correlations in DEA data with regard to prices of drugs versus prescription drugs, and how some people would, when prices were too high, would go after the illegal drugs, things like that. It seems like misinformation on the internet could lead to somebody not using medication or going after an illegal medication. And all I'm saying is that it seems like that kind of data should be looked at and explored to see if it could be beneficial in putting it together with the other data that we've been presented to look at things and catch things ahead of time that might be trends that we could potentially do something about. Maybe not, maybe it's a waste of time, but if somebody ever mentions it, we would never consider it.
Yeah, that would require integration with, I think, law enforcement or Department of Justice and with our database. And right now, I can't do an integration with DPS. They won't allow that. Obviously, there's some information that they have that's protected, that's beyond our control. So until we're able to share that data on what street drug value is in comparison to prescription drugs, and then the use on that side versus this side would be a fantastic correlation if we could get that data. But for our agency, we don't have that authority.
Again, it just goes back to another comparison of that would be misinformation about inoculations on the internet versus how many inoculations are actually given in a given year. That type of thing. Is it trending up? Is it trending down? Is there something that can be done about those kinds of things? That's all I have to say about data.
All right. Thank you, guys.
All right, that takes us to call the public, I believe.
I'll look out for Roger, Madam Chair.
He will show up. That makes us missing. About that.
Madam Chair, I don't see anybody logging in.
All right, we will recess till tomorrow.